Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. I hope we are all doing very, 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 very well. Good morning. Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. Gonna go ahead and get the old tiki-talk in here in un momento. What do I need? What do I need? What do I need? Where is it? Where is it? That's fine. We'll do this. Do that. Do that. 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 There. Okay. Okay. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, beautiful people. How are we? How's everyone doing? Good morning, Angie. Cool Cat, you think so? Oh, good morning, Manders. Good morning, Steve, Reaper, Ruger, Cool Cat, Santana, Vash. What up, people? Waiting for this video to post and that's funny. As soon as this video posts, then I will. There we go. Just post it. I think it just posted. Why is it? Where is it? Come on, TikTok. Stop playing silly games. There we go. All right. Let's go ahead and get TikTok in here. Okay. All right. All right. Good morning. 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 Thank you. Said awesome episode of Jubilee. I am so glad that. Listen, I will tell you guys this. While we were filming the episode, because the only other Jubilee that I had been a part of up until that was, of course, the one with Rokana. And so the one with Rokana was very different, right? Especially for me, because, you know, I'm on the left and Rokana is a Democratic congressman. And so even though like I had a critique and I had something that I wanted to push back on, it wasn't like what happened with Dave Rubin. If you guys have not gotten to see that yet, it was a massacre. It was a massacre. And the funny thing is, right, because I was there. We filmed it. We filmed the actual episode. And while filming the episode, I was like, oh man, this is so bad for him. Like, why would he agree to this? Like, literally, I remember thinking to myself, why would he actually agree to this? And after we finished the episode, or even before we finished, it was like the little intermission, right? Because they let us take a little break between the 4 questions or the 4 topics. And, you know, I was telling Parker, I was like, I would not blame him if he didn't come back. Like, I mean, that actually makes complete sense if he wouldn't come back. And watching it back, it's worse than I remember. Like, he got trounced. Whew, shit. I mean, he got the brakes beat off of him. It's crazy. It's crazy. You saw me on Jubilee? Awesome. All right, guys, we're going to go ahead and get started here in just a moment. We're going to get some people in here for some debates. But if you're over on the TikTok, do me a favor, tap that screen, share the live. Go ahead and knock out the daily gift goal. It's the love you so much. If you don't mind, please, please, please knock out the love you so much. That would be absolutely awesome. Also, guys, send your daily heart me. It's only 1 coin. It will boost the live. It will push us out to the FYP. It'll get more people in here so we can get these debates going. So please go ahead and, you know, do that. Do that. Let's see here. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, Jace. Good morning, Debbie. Good morning, Chrissy. Good morning, Mar. Oh, also, before we go too far, happy Pride Month. Happy Pride Month to the queer community. I hope you guys enjoy this month celebrating you, who you are, and the things that make you special as individuals while being unapologetically you. I think that's something that we need to make sure that we celebrate in every single way, especially in a time where you know, people within the queer community are under attack, and not just under attack. They're literally in a position where they are being systematically taken out from the military. They're looking to disenfranchise them as far as being able to be married. I mean, like, it's wild. It's wild. And then you start to add on intersectionality on top of just being a part of the queer community. And it's so much. It's so much. So, yeah, happy Pride Month. I hope you guys have a happy, safe, prosperous month of celebrating, and make sure that you unapologetically be you. And for any of you people like myself who is not a part of the queer community, if you get an opportunity, go to a pride parade. I promise you, you'll enjoy it. I think like one of the coolest things that I've been able to do is you know, go to a pride parade, and so like it's an absolute moment of celebration. I think it's super dope, and so yeah, check it out. Check it out. All right, we're gonna go ahead and get started here in just a second. Again, if you guys can share the live maybe once or twice, that will help. We don't want to spam share. But if you could actually share the live to your stories and then repost the live, those help way more than anything else. Reposting the live helps so much more than everything else, because that will push us out to not only the FYP as a whole, and the TikTok will get more people in here, but it'll allow us to show up on your timeline. And so if you got friends or people or whatever, they'll see the live on their timeline. So that's dope. All right, guys, we're going to go ahead and get started here. But before we do, let's kick this thing off right.
Yeah, funny how it changed now. Same people that laughed at clips, studying the clips now. Everybody got opinions till the facts land. Everybody loud till they gotta take a stand. Every stream feel like somebody betting they pride. I seen fake scholars fold in real time. Now they screenshot takes, run around and remix it, and pull up thinking somehow they can fix it. Nah, you stepped in the wrong room, donut. This ain't rage bait, this pressure. Patriarchy, race, class, labor. Healthcare, I don't do surface level, I peel layers. And every time they think they got me cornered, numbers go higher. Chat flyer mods working, crowd waiting, somebody finna get cooked tonight. Welcome to the ring now. Yeah. You talk big till the facts come out. Slap nuts, sit down. Oh. Welcome to the ring now. Yeah. Got the whole chat screaming when the logic break down. Yeah. Welcome to the ring now. You ain't built for this smoke. Y'all slap nuts, ain't got milk for these oats. Donuts, so pipe down. Yeah. You might drown. You don't want war with the king right now. I don't debate for applause, I debate for the record. Every false claim get dissected and severed. You rehearsed outrage, I studied the structure. Difference between noise and somebody with substance. You quote tweets, I quote policy. You want moments, I want honesty. You want ego boost and virality. I want mutual aid and stronger communities. That's the difference between you and me. See the problem? Different type timing. You came for clips, I came for alignment. Capital this, socialism that. Half these dudes can't define what they yelling in caps. Talking about free market while wages collapse. I watch your pivot arrive, I make it visible live. But this ain't never gonna be a place where evidence dies. You came all the way to be Santana for internet rep, while the whole chat waiting to see who got checked. Next, welcome to the ring now. Talk big till the facts come out. Slap nuts, sit down. Welcome to the ring now. Yeah. Got the whole chat screaming when the logic break down. Yeah. Welcome to the ring now. You ain't built for this smoke. Y'all slap nuts. Got milk for these oats. Donuts. So pipe down. Pipe down. You might drown. You don't want war with the king right now. Yeah. Welcome to Sparring with Santana. Bring your sources or bring excuses, whatever. Doesn't really matter either way. You're about to get cooked. You should know who I am by now. What?
Hey. Boom, 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 boom. Guys, welcome in. This is Sparring with Santana. One-on-one debates with Trump supporters or anyone that disagrees with anything on the background. I am Santana, guys. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything. Thank you for the cake. Anything on the background, we're only looking for some debates. If you are friendly, tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart me. It's only one coin. It will boost the live and push us out to the FYP. If you like to support the live as well, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links and links are in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Let's see if they load. No one wants to hear that. Like literally no one wants to hear that. Like not even a little bit. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We are only looking for some debates. If you're friendly, tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart me. It's only one coin and will push us out to the FYP. I think we need to have some honest conversations. You know, the thing that I will say, right? With the premise of having honest conversations, I think it's hard for a lot of people. I think it's uncomfortable for a lot of people. I understand it. At times it could be hard and uncomfortable for me, but we have to get into it. Let's see if this person loads. You said you're going to brunch with drag queens today. W's you. I remember my wife and I went with her sister to this, like it was this charity event. And they were like doing like auctions and all this other stuff, trying to raise money for this charity event. Oh, they didn't load. And the MC was a drag queen, and not just a drag queen, but, and I don't know if like it's an official record or whatever, but it was a 7-foot tall drag queen. And like just super glamorous, but 7 foot tall. It was crazy. It was so much fun. Like super dope MC as well. Raised a shit ton of money and we had a great time. The food was but there were free drinks. So when you got free drinks, the food can be but you got free drinks. But that was a great time. Also, one time my wife and I, this was right after COVID, we were in Miami and we were walking down the strip, and we saw this little spot that had like drinks, food right on the beach, and then they were doing a drag show. We sat down, had food, drinks, and watched a drag show. Fucking fire. Anyway, guys, tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart me. It's only one coin. It will boost the live and push us out to the FYP. If you're over on YouTube, Twitch, Instagram, Kick, and you would like to actually join the live, you can do so. You don't even have to leave where you are. The only thing that you have to do is tap that link in the pinned comments, and you can get up here. Like I said, we got to have an honest conversation with a lot of people, right? And the issue is not a lot of people can have these honest conversations, but I'm going to start here. Republicans, conservative, MAGA, right, white nationalists, groypers, whatever the fuck you want to call yourself. Stupidity is home. And it hit me. So by now, a lot of people have seen this Jubilee debate, right, with Dave Rubin. Drop it in the chat for me if you have not had a chance to see it. I just want to know, out of the people that's watching, has anyone not had an opportunity to see it, or at least not seen any of the clips? You haven't, Steph? CD? Who else? Your fave friend? Jared? Not Jared. Jared. Come on now. What's going on with this person over here? Kristen, what is Kristen saying over on here? Oh, you're a miner? Then mine off somewhere. Go Minecraft. If you're a miner, get out of here. Let's see. Takuma, Fashuma, whatever. Here he is, a nonsense guy in black on black. I bet you won't come up here, I bet you won't come up and debate me, you snowflake. I bet you're so mad that my mods put you in the kibosh over on YouTube and you won't actually come up and debate me. Like, you guys, hey, guess what? You got us fucked up. We don't do keyboard warriors. We don't do thumb thugs. Either you get up here and you say it with your chest, or guess what? You don't say it at all. Sorry. You can't do it. Anyway, what I was saying is, for anyone who has not had the opportunity to see this yet, Dave Rubin, right? Massive right-wing content creator, someone who has millions of followers across platforms, someone who was getting paid $500,000 a month, $500,000 a month by Russia, decided that he wanted to do a Surrounded, because apparently he has like a book tour, right? He has a book coming out. And his whole thing was he's gonna do Surrounded, and him doing Surrounded was gonna be like a launch pad for him to be able to push his book and all this other stuff, right? Man, I don't know how much he knows of the debate space or whatever the case may be, but when I walked in right before we started filming, so I already knew Parker was going to be there. He and I had already talked about it. I was trying to see if Dean could make it as well, but a lot of you guys know Dean had another filming that he had to do recently, so he couldn't make it. So I already knew Parker was going to be there. And so I walked in and Parker met me at the gate. And so we were walking up and I looked around and I said, oh, there's Evan. What up, Evan? I said, oh, there's Mason. What up, Mason? Oh, there's David. What up, David? Oh, there's Naima. I sat there and looked around at the people and I said, this guy is in trouble. This guy's literally in trouble. whoever this is, because at the time I didn't know exactly who it was. So we had been going back and forth, and originally I thought what they do with Jubilee is you don't find out who you're debating until the day of. You don't find out who you're debating until the day of. You also don't find out the claims until like a day or so prior to the claim. And so I was like, I don't know who this is, but this person is in trouble, right? And when I said this person is in trouble, I had no idea that it was going to be that bad, but it was a massacre. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything in the background? Johnny, are you you were just here? Like I just heard birds chirping. Why did you mute yourself? All right, I'm gonna fucking kick you. So the what happened was I knew it was gonna be bad, but it was worse than I expected. The big point of that is calling out the fact that it's super interesting that you can be on the right, you can be a MAGA Republican, you can literally be someone who has the largest types of platforms that have the most opportunities and know absolutely fuck all. Like MAGA Republicans, stupidity is home. I say stupidity is home because literally you guys have nothing. And I knew it was nothing because the claims were nothing. When I tell you I saw those claims and I started to lick my chops. Yes, he did. I've never seen someone get fact checked so many times on their own surrounded. He got fact checked so many times on his own surrounded. You're boring. That's what you say, Shea Bear. Then come up here and debate me. Oh, Shea Bear is a fragile white woman that's saying I'm boring. I sent you a request and I muted you. So Shea Bear, you can do one of two things. Actually, you can do three things. You can either hit that accept button. You come up here and debate me, right? Yeah, I know you see the request on your screen. You can do that. You can leave because you're terrified and you're not going to be able to debate, or you can sit there and shut the fuck up and listen to me talk, since you're not going to leave and you're not going to debate me. I don't care which one, but those are your options. Pick it. So like I said, I've never seen someone get fact checked so many times on their own surrounded. Like literally, he got fact checked while talking to me before I even started debating him. That's fucking wild. That's fucking wild. But again, that's the antithesis of who MAGA is, who Trump supporters are, who the Republicans are. Stupidity is home, and they embrace stupidity. Moderate Democrats, middle ground is bullshit. There's no such thing as middle ground. We're dealing with a country full of fascists, and if you cannot come to the reality that it's us versus the fascists, then guess what? You're a fascist. You're on their side. Like there's no middle ground with fascism. White men, you're cowards and not victims. But we'll talk about it. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
Well, it started off with me disagreeing about white women being dreadful. And you and I had a conversation a few weeks back. Mm-hmm. And I've been watching your live since. And I have a question, just a clarification question.
On the white.
Well, you mentioned
on the white woman
this Italian,
on the white woman prioritized comfort, or what are we talking about?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that. Yeah. So you have mentioned a few times this Italian merchant who came up with race.
No.
Am I right? What was he? What was he then? Man. Portuguese. Okay, I don't know why I inserted something different. So I heard that and I thought, okay, wow. And then I was watching BritBox and I was watching a documentary about Iran, and they were talking about this Cyrus the Great who came up with a scroll that acknowledged race. But then I heard you say more, that the Portuguese guy, it was Cyrus's scroll, I think. Cyrus the Great. He came up, he wanted all, who knows what he really meant, but based on the scroll, I think he was acknowledging different races and granting that none should be discriminated against. And I thought, well, that's a precursor. But then you said that I think what this Portuguese guy came up with was codified by the Vatican?
Yeah, they published papal bulls to actually justify the usage of race for chattel slavery. I'm confused how this is clarifying anything with the white women prioritize comfort.
Well, because I'm a white woman who doesn't think I prioritize comfort, but when you and I spoke before, you kind of got me thinking that, well, I've just been looking deeper and I've been trying to understand more, and I just wanted clarification. I can't believe I guess I can believe the Vatican did that. That's rough. So but now I understand what you say when
you're up here to debate the topics on the background. You're up here to
clarification,
education.
And I appreciate it.
No, don't say that. First of all, like, I'm not here to like give you clarification and teach you. I'm here for debates and, you know, boundaries or whatnot. Also,
sorry I've wasted your time.
Labor isn't free like that. That's kind of really rude of you to do that. And I even, you know, like, clarify multiple times. Are you here to debate the topic on the background?
My apologies.
Would you like to talk about the fact that white women prioritize comfort? Because I think we're here now. Like, I think this would actually be very important.
Yeah. I think that it's particularly easy for heterosexual white women to, you know, they love their husbands and they don't want to make them angry, and their husbands like Trump, and I think it's really easy for them to get on board.
Okay.
I think it's a little more difficult.
Give me 1 second. Let's hit this quick intro and then we'll get to it. Give me 1 second.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the main event. Let's get ready to rumble!
Y'all ready for this?
Guys, welcome in. This is Sparring with Santana, one-on-one debates with Trump supporters or anyone that disagrees with anything on the background. I am Santana. Guys, only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. If you're friendly and you like to support the live, guess what? You can Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links in the link here in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat, and I will read that out really quickly, though, guys. W's in the chat for Alex. Alex sent a $5 donation saying, big fan, random. Is China totalitarian? Yes. Yes, they are. W's in the chat for Janetta. I think that's how you pronounce it. Janetta for the $5 donation saying, thank you for recognizing and spreading awareness for trans folks. Listen, you literally do not have to thank me for that. That is my responsibility. I'm happy that I can actually do just that. W's in chat for Jared for the $1 donation saying, LMAO, Santana, I deserve the call out. I was busy weekend watching it today. Let you know. Absolutely all good. Check it out. It's really good. And guys, fucking W's in the chat for Brandy for the $50 donation said, let's kick butt today, Brandy. I got you, twin. We locked in. Let's get it. W's in the chat as well for Unsalted over on YouTube Super Chat. They sent a $20 YouTube Super Chat and said, I have a weird thing about naming conversations, and I don't understand yours. Anyway, what do you mean? Naming conversations? Oh, no, hold on. That's not conversation. Naming conventions. Sorry. I understand, and I don't understand yours. Anyway, would you explain, like, early part 7? Oh, I get what you're saying. Yeah, I like what I like, and I keep going until I switch, because I switch topics And so on the title, it's just like letting you know which part it is. So W's in the chat for Renegade, who used their YouTube membership subscription.
It's my
dogs. First things first, vets for Trump are oath breakers. Also, caught your Jubilee before bed last night. I hate watching chefs cook when I can't eat a meal. I know that's fucking right. And W's in the chat for the kitty boy for the $5 euros to say Ruben got absolutely smoked by you guys. And also the fact checkers every 2 minutes. Haha. It was bad. It was really, really bad. Not even joking. W's in the chat for all the donuts, guys. If anyone else likes to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links and link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat. I will read that out. All right. Let's talk about this, right? Because you said you specifically said straight women and their MAGA husbands prioritize comfort. I guess the question I have for you, are you a straight white woman?
No.
You're not? Okay.
No.
And so you're part of the queer community.
Yes.
Okay. First and foremost, happy Pride Month. I hope you.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Hope you have a great month. I got to call my best friend today and annoy the shit out of him about it. But I hope that you have a great month and you have time to celebrate and, you know, be who you are.
Thank you.
So the first question I have now is, why do you think it's important to other yourself in this specific topic?
Well, to other myself, I'm only ever me, so I don't think of it myself as an other, but I'm only
othering yourself means while you fall within a specific conversation, specific topic, specific demographic, instead of actually engaging with said topic, demographic, things along those lines, you remove yourself from that categorization and then say it's them, right? A great example of this is when I talk about men. And I talk about how men perpetuate crime and how men need to do better and how men need to attend therapy. I always include myself because I'm a man. When I talk about the fragile male ego, I include myself because I'm a man. I never say you men, I say we men. So the question I have now is, when talking about the white women prioritizing comfort topic, why did you feel it necessary to other yourself and any other white woman that's a part of the queer community and say, well, it's them, not us?
Yeah, okay, I see. I understand your question now, and I think I have a good answer. I look at the white women who are my peers, straight and gay, and I think I see among heterosexual women a real desire to keep their husbands happy and keep their home life happy. And I think without realizing they do it, really put men up on a pedestal that allows them to harm us.
Do you think prioritizing your comfort is only limited to relationships?
I think a marriage is more than a relationship.
I mean, marriage, relationship, partnership. Do you think prioritizing comfort is only prioritize or acquiesce into the person that you call your spouse or other half or whatever? Do you think that's the only time that people prioritize comfort?
No. I think I think it's much more consuming than that. I see. So my brother is a Trumper, and I see the life he leads with his wife and the way those women comport themselves, and they really kind of just stop thinking. And I don't think that's a luxury that I or women like me have.
Oh, okay.
So I'm just trying to understand more.
So you originally pointed to straight women that are married, and now you're saying Trump supporters. So again, I want to expand this a little bit more. Why are you excluding any categorization of white women when I say white women prioritize comfort, and you are trying to whittle it down to straight white women that are in relationships with Trump supporting men? because that's
Well,
not what I'm talking about. Not even close.
Well, then I don't want to keep taking up your time.
No. You're not taking up my time. I'm literally talking to you about you, but you keep trying to separate yourself because you don't see it. You think it's someone else, but you don't think that you're a part of the group. You're not taking up my time. You're literally the person I want to talk to about this topic.
Okay. So then I see what you're saying. I'm trying to separate myself by a few degrees because I don't participate in my husband's a hero, back the blue, all that stuff that I see is really creepy on one side of my family. And I'm feeling self-satisfied because I don't do that. And so maybe I'm not looking hard enough at how I preserve my comfort.
It was in the chat. Thank you, dinosaur.
Geez, I don't want to do that. I try to be actively not racist. I haven't read all the books that you've mentioned, but I try.
Yeah, but so when you came up here,
yeah,
what was your original intentions for requesting up?
I wanted to get clarification about the Vatican and that Portuguese fella.
Yes.
Because I want to read up on that.
Sure. Now, on my background, or even as I was inviting people up for debates, did I say anything about a Q&A session, or was I talking about
I had messaged
rah-rah or anything like that?
No, I messaged twice in the chat, and I think one of your mods said request up.
Okay.
That's all. I'm not trying to be a jerk.
Yeah, I saw that because you said you had a clarification question, and my mods, I'm assuming, because I would have assumed as well, thought you had a clarification question about something on the background. I guess the point that I'm trying to get to here is like what you did was an example of prioritizing your comfort, right? I mean, because you put what you wanted to know ahead of what was being done and the boundaries that I had clearly set. And also, like, I understand having questions. I do. But you also have the access to, go look these things up, sit and listen and learn. I mean, like, I'm not the only, I talk about it all the time, but there's plenty of people that talk more in depth about these things as well. But the biggest thing that I'm trying to get across is prioritizing what you want to engage with, where other things are being done is a prime example of you prioritizing your comfort. And then when I'm starting to speak about said prioritization, then you othering yourself so you wouldn't be within that grouping is another example of you prioritizing your comfort. So the question I have is, if we can identify the fact that you have done that multiple times in real time, is that something that you would want to reevaluate? Because it's not just about saying, oh, it's politics, or, oh, it's racism. I say that, it's everything. Like I'm literally saying that it prioritizes comfort before everything.
I'm happy to reevaluate what I did, but gosh, I thought by asking in the chat first, I was respecting boundaries. Apologies.
No, it's fine. I mean, you don't have to apologize. I mean, you're up here now. I'm just.
Would you mind telling me the name of that fella? Because I don't know. I don't know how to spell it, and I want to know more.
Go back and check out the VOD. I'm over on YouTube. You can play some of this back. It's Santana Speaks for You. If you put the @ symbol, Santana Speaks for You, you can find it over on YouTube. You can hang out in the chat. I'm pretty sure that'll come up at some point today. You can go listen to Swan, Daddy Swanberly. She talks about it quite often. Solid, he talks about it as well. And it even looks like some people are kind enough to put it in the comment section as well for you.
Oh, all I see was please drop her, and I'm happy to go. Oh, Gomez, thank you very much, Petty. Thank you, guys. All right, I'm going to look it up because I think that is really wild. Wow.
I mean, while I encourage you to look that up, I actually encourage you to think about the like the prioritization thing more. Like I get what you're trying to do with trying to educate yourself with that, but I think that what happened just now is a bigger thing in front of you. But it's just my opinion. And like the famous philosopher Young Jeezy once said, Opinions are like Escalades. Everybody got one. So, all right, I'll drop you.
Thank you.
Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you're friendly, tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart. Me, it's only one coin. It will boost the live and push us out to the FYP. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
Yeah, I disagree with the prompt. At least one of the prompts is more about moderate Democrats.
Okay. Are you a Democrat?
No.
Where's your party allegiance?
I'm independent. Just, you could put it that way, I suppose.
All right. Well, who'd you vote for in the 2024 presidential election?
Well, I'm 19 now, and I wasn't old enough to vote in 2024.
Okay. Interesting. All right. Give me 1 second if you don't mind. W's in the chat for Brookie, who sent $1 donation saying, "You're the best." No, you are. W's in the chat for Matthew for the $2 donation saying, "What's the snack for today?" I got these yogurt something. I forgot. Anyway, yogurt balls. I got my protein bar and I got a meat stick. Those are the snackums. W's in the chat for Matthew. Thank you so much for that too. W's excuse me. W's in the chat for Brookie as well for the $1 donation saying Happy Pride Month. Happy Pride Month again. Ooh, excuse me, guys. And W's in the chat for all the donos. If anyone else likes to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat. I will read that out. Guys, can we knock out the daily gift goal? We're still cycling through the little 1-cent gift goals. Right now, it's the love you very much. If we can knock those out a couple of times, I'm going to keep resetting the gift goal. It'll get more people in here so we can have these debates. So please, please, please keep knocking those out. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Thank you for the hanging lights. All right. Why do you disagree with the premise that middle ground is bullshit?
Yeah, I mean, I heard you speaking about it earlier. You said that it's on the ground. It's in virtue of the fact that the Republican Party, or I guess the right in general in America, is fascistic, and there can't be middle ground with fascists. Mm-hmm. And I think that premise is false. I don't think the Republican Party is fascistic in any meaningful sense. So I think in virtue of that, if those are the grounds on which a middle ground is impermissible, then I would disagree then.
Okay. So just to get additional clarification, though, so you don't disagree with the premise that if the Republican Party were fascistic, then there would be no middle ground with them. Your disagreement is the Republican Party is not fascistic. Is that an accurate statement?
Sure.
Okay. And just to double check and get a clarification on a couple of different things.
Mm-hmm.
You know what fascism is, and like
yeah, I take it to be a genus of political ideology whose mythic form and its various permutations is a panhellenic form of populist ultranationalism. And I don't think the Republican Party, or the right in general, obviously there are some right-wing people in America who will probably fit that definition, mm-hmm. but just in general, the Republican Party does not fit that. Like, I don't think there are elected politicians that would fit that criteria in like the Republican Party, at least at a national level that I'm aware of. Okay.
So my premise is based off of Donald Trump specifically,
mm-hmm.
right? Donald Trump is a fascist. And not only does he meet the 9 principles of fascism, but he also meets all 14 tenets of fascism. And I can give examples of each and every one. And since he is the head of the party, and he has people around him who are coalescing power under him, who fall within line with the same fascistic ideas. The regime that I'm putting in front, as far as what they're doing, led by Donald Trump, is that. But more so, it's because of the implementation of Nazis and white nationalists specifically in his administration. There's a direct through line between Donald Trump, his administration, and the Nazi party of Hitler. And there's multiple examples from not only the rhetoric that they use, but the actual actions that they've taken. There's a direct through line that connects Donald Trump, his administration, the people that he has placed in powers within our government system, directly to the Nazi Party, and gives a direct correlation of why I say that they're fascistic. So let's start here. What's your contention as far as Donald Trump being a fascist?
Yeah, well, if you're using the 14 tenets, I think first of all, that's pretty suspect. But depending on what list you're referring to, if you're talking about Lawrence Britt's or Umberto Eco's list, I think both of them are what? Well, the reason would depend on the specific list in question. But at least for Lawrence Britt's list, Lawrence Britt is obviously like not a credible source. Like it doesn't have any like background in political science or on this topic. So using this definition is very suspect. Umberto Eco's definition is probably more, so I'd be willing to engage with more. But again, there are issues with that as well, because I just think the methodology that's being employed by Umberto Eco is like really like not good. If you look at like, I don't know, academic discussion on fascism for the past 50 years, you will see that since the 90s, there's been a shift in the way like scholars on fascism talk about it. It started with Roger Griffin and his ideas of like ideal types as a way to like and like there's a more like typological definition of fascism. And since then, there's been like a degree of consensus around how we define fascism. And at the time that Umberto Eco was writing, there was not a very clear consensus. Definitions of fascism were very like broad, very confused, and they tended to conflate a lot of things that are just true of generic authoritarian conservatism, but not necessarily true of fascism, into a definition or whatever criteria that they used to identify fascism. And I think now we have more concise definitions, like what like Roger Griffin or Steve Sternhell, or I suppose Paxson is another good example. And these definitions, not only are they concise, but they have a better heuristic use value. And we can use them to very accurately, very concisely identify movements in the past, like, for example, in interwar Europe that were fascistic, and also use them to identify existing movements that are fascistic to a much better degree than you can do with Umberto Eco's definition. With Umberto Eco's definition, you can make a coherent argument that Stalin, for instance, was a fascist. You can make a coherent argument that, I don't know, Pol Pot was a fascist. And obviously, like, that's not the case. No one that looks into these political movements would identify Stalin or Pol Pot as fascists. They were obviously leftists, not fascistic.
Okay. So I reject that premise, right, for a multitude of reasons. While you may feel like that there is not enough supporting evidence when looking at the two different comparisons of the 14 tenets of fascism, FYI, I'm more than willing to look up any newer actual, I guess, a historian that would outline the principles of fascism, but the principles that have been outlined by Umberto Eco's and Lawrence Britt as well, I think those are not only viable explanations, but deep diving. If you compare some of the people who have been fascist throughout the history of our country, I'm sorry, not our country, our world, you take a look, of course. Oh, sorry. You take a look, of course, you could talk about Mussolini, you could talk about Hitler, but you can also talk about Franco in Spain, you could talk about Salazar in Portugal, and you see the examples of fascism with that, and even more so, like, you talk about definitions. And while I appreciate definitions, I keep in mind that definitions are descriptive, not prescriptive. And I completely agree with you. If you talk about the actual way that fascism might be described today, is different than how fascism was described in, you know, the 1920s, 1930s, 1940s, 60s, whatever. Like, yes, I can agree that it's changed, but that's because definitions are simply the way that the words are being used today, right? So definitions aren't the end all be all. The actual examples, the through line, the way that it can be exemplified and expressed is way more important to show how they hold to these ideologies and the characteristics. So I think there's a metamorphosis of fascism, but I've done a deep dive into studying of the actual 14 tenets of fascism and the previous arbiters of fascism, including the father of fascism, Mussolini, and that's why I agree with the 14 tenets and how Donald Trump exemplifies them. But with that being said, if you don't want to use the 14 tenets to define Donald Trump as a fascist, what prerequisite are you using that you want me to pull up, and we can talk about that?
Yeah, we can talk about Roger Griffin's definition, which is just a palingenetic form of populist ultranationalism. But Asif Donald's definition is also,
or is it more?
I mean, the full definition is that it's a genus of political ideology whose mythic core, in all its various permutations, is palingenetic populist. It's a palingenetic form of populist ultranationalism.
Right.
But that's a bit of a mouthful.
So it's only him breaking down the definition.
Yeah, it's a single sentence definition, but he has written a book on this. He's written multiple papers as well.
Okay, can we pull up any? I mean, I don't really care about. Again, I've already outlined. I don't really care about the definition as a whole. I think the definition is a precursor to the conversation. But can we pull up any study, anything that we can actually use as a clarification point?
Yeah, I believe he wrote a paper on fascism and modernism a couple of years back. You could look that up. That's a bit very technical. Can't remember exactly the exact name. It was about fascism in relation to modernism. It's been a while since I went on it, but it's a bit more technical than is.
Get it, because again, I hear what you're saying as far as the definition, but I think that's selling this entire conversation short if you only want to have the conversation around fascism when it comes to just a definition.
I'm not really doing that. If you have a critique, if you believe that Trump fits into this definition, you can give reasons for that.
Yeah,
I'm not trying to.
Again, I don't want to just deal with the definition. You're coming here saying, I wanted to engage with the 14 tenets of fascism and give the specific ways that Trump meets all 14 tenets and giving the through line and connections. But you're saying that you would rather deal with Roger Griffin, and I'm saying fine. I'm willing to deal with Roger Griffin.
And I provided a definition.
I'm just not.
That's the definition of fascism that Griffin provides.
I'm just not willing to leave it at just a definition. I mean, I have the definition that he has up here, but again, I would like more than just a definition, especially because this is someone that you're bringing to me. I haven't reviewed his research, but I'm willing to do it in real time and still formulate my debate. But I would need more than just a definition. So
I mean, the issue is
if you have a study, if you're saying that he has written books, he has studies, and you said that you've read something, but you just haven't read it in a while, that's fine. I mean, we can brush up on it together in real time, but I'm going to need more than just the definition. So any additional source that we can look at together.
Look, I mean, most of what he's written is obviously going to be in books, so it's going to be in certain academic papers that aren't available that are under paywall.
Actually dissect right now together. I hear what you're saying, and I apologize, but I don't want excuses. I literally want something.
Not really an excuse.
Yeah, you're giving excuses. I want something tangible that we can actually
look. I can learn. I can give you the reasons why Griffin in his book and his papers argues for this definition. I can do that if that will work for you. Okay.
Either you can give me a specific source that we can go through together that highlights his actual understanding of fascism more than just the definition, or we can engage with the 14 tenets of fascism. I don't care which one, but I'm not going to just leave it at a definition.
Okay, look. So you want a source that that's going to be in his book. It's going to be in Nature of Fascism.
You said that he had studies that he completed and papers that
they are very specific and niche discussions of particular aspects of fashion. They're not comprehensive definitions.
Okay, then give me
for example, he has one about fashion's relationship to modernism. That's not a comprehensive definition of fascism in general.
Something so we can look at it. Okay. You're sitting here standing on a definition.
Do you want me to provide an internet source? Do you want me to focus from a book? I don't know what you mean by a source necessarily, because that can mean a lot of things. I can give you sources to the papers he's written. Sure.
Okay.
You just said a source. What kind of source? Do you want a book?
But you've been trying to explain it instead of listening to what I'm saying. I'll say it again.
Okay.
I'm willing to engage with Roger Griffin, right? But I'm not willing to engage with purely just a definition, because definitions are descriptive, not prescriptive. Definitions are the way that words are being used during the time frame. And so while people may be using the term fascism differently today than the way that it was used during the 1930s, 40s, 50s. The bigger premise is how it actually functions and the specific examples that give the through lines that connect the different fascist regimes throughout the history of our country. And so his definition is not enough. I'm willing to engage with Roger Griffin, but I need a study, a source, something that gives his comprehensive thoughts on the premise of fascism that expands way beyond just the definition. I need something that we can actually pick apart and go from there.
Okay, I obviously I can't give you a book. I'll try and get you one of the papers that
Sure,
I have
you
saved.
said you read something a while ago. That's fine. Guys, if anyone would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links and Linktree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Guys, keep tapping the screen, share the live, send your daily heart me. It's only one coin. Knock out the daily gift goal. It's the finger hearts. We're going to get someone else up here while he goes through the process of trying to find a source. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
Just the white women prioritize comfort.
Okay. Are you an American citizen?
No, I'm not. I'm Australian.
You're Australian. Okay. Normally I would love to talk to you about this because but I am not as versed as far as white women in Australia and what you guys do or do not do. So I'm more so speaking on the United States of America. But I will say that I'm not even gonna do it. I appreciate you coming up. Sorry. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. Solid, you said easy work. Solid. I'm like, I don't know the Aussies. I'm sorry, Solid. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Easy. Hi. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
Yeah, I'm a Trump supporter, but I don't see the background quite yet. I think it's changing.
Okay. So the background speaks to a multitude of things. We can either talk about the background specifically, or you can tell me how today, June 1st, the first day of Pride, how is it that you still support Donald Jimothy Trump?
Oh, okay. Well, I think just like yeah, I support him. I guess if I were to sort of make a comparison between the two parties, I mean, like Democrat versus like Republican, ultimately, it's only going to be an option between the two, correct? You would agree?
Yeah, we live in a duopoly, but that's not the premise as
basically.
far as what I'm talking about. I'm not.
What's your premise?
I'm talking about today, knowing what you know. I'm not saying you have to support Democrats. I'm saying how can you still support Donald Trump today, knowing what you know?
Yeah, I think. I mean, given again, like just the situational sort of crisis that we're in terms of like debt, in terms of refinancing and how we sort of manage like our essentially cash flow. I mean, this is something that he essentially must do to be able to support the sort of welfare state and the deficit spending that we do to maintain this nation, right? So, I mean, if it's not the case that they're willing to cut spending, and that's just going to be true for either party, then it's just going to be the case that we must use our sort of backing, which is going to be the military might, to enforce the global reserve currency.
Okay.
What do you think of that? Is that is that contentious for you? Like, I think it's a bit of a generalization, right? Broad, but do you disagree with?
The point of contention that I have is Donald Trump actually being the one to do that. Not necessarily what you're saying, because like I do agree that the United States military is the actual backing of the currency. But when you talk about the debt and management of cash flow, the Trump administration has been overwhelmingly the negative when it comes to the debt. Donald Trump has added more debt to the United States deficit than any other president in modern day history, right? When you talk about the spending on the things like the one big beautiful bill, in his first administration, the TCJA, we can always talk about the COVID spending, but I don't necessarily count that because I think that was necessary spending, and I actually even agree with that. But if you take a look at the way that the Trump administration has mismanaged the budget in a multitude of ways, even currently advocating to increase the United States military to $1.5 trillion while cutting other funds, and then Donald Trump specifically going after the United States government in a multitude of ways, suing the IRS for $10 billion. The premise that Donald Trump is the one that would achieve your your desired task is a false dynamic.
Really? You think that Janet Yellen was better, like, with managing the treasury? Because this is like, when we're talking about cash flow, it's going to ultimately go to that, not like really what politicians ultimately decide where to spend the money, because that's sort of like arbitrary. I mean, by the whims of the people, if you will, or the politicians, however you want to draw that up. But what we can sort of measure in terms of like competency is like, okay, how do they sort of fulfill that? And I mean, you think that Janet Yellen, she was like a good steward of the treasury?
Was that the treasurer that was under Biden? Let's see.
Sure. Yeah. She's like an ex-Fed chair too.
Yeah, I could have sworn that she was. Okay. Yeah, I could have sworn she was a Fed chair. I think that the management of cash flow has been shaky under the United States America, period, right? I think that when we talk about the printing of money and how that actually works, I don't think that that's necessarily a left or right issue. It's just an issue as a whole. That's why we've seen our national debt continue to balloon under Democratic and Republican presidents. The point that I'm making, though, is Donald Trump has shown that he is exceedingly worse. And so, like, I understand even more so the premise that you had when you said that, like, if you were talking when it was up for an election, right? When we were talking about, who do you choose to vote for? And so I'm not knocking you for having that premise in November of 2024, but holding to that as of today, June 1st, 2026, while Donald Trump has shown that they are adding more to the national debt, those two things don't coincide, right? I mean, he's literally
that's sort of
added even more.
No, that's sort of the given. I'm not worried about the debt per se here, because we already agree. I do think that it's a left side dynamic more so than the right side. Our right side is generally going to be like fiscal conservatism. Now, neither party is represented. No, yeah, exactly. You're taking the words right out of my mouth. Yeah, you're taking the words right out of my mouth. So this is why I'm saying, like, this is sort of foregone between the two, is that the debt is sort of going to rise, but at least the management between Yellen was refinancing the debt with short-term bonds that were more expensive than long-term bonds, right? Like, don't you feel like that's
I feel like
absolutely
that's,
ridiculous?
Irrelevant when it comes to why you still support him today. Like, again, well, I understand.
That's completely relevant.
Okay, so again, I understand why you would preface that with your vote in 2024, but understanding since Donald Trump has been in power for a year and a half, he has directly did something that you were saying that you stand for, which is, I wrote it down. You said like that the debt and management of cash flow and the welfare state and spending. And then you said use the military for the global reserve. Like, I will say, yes, Donald Trump has absolutely continued to push the military industrial complex, but again, he's added to the debt. When you talk about the cash flow, he's been overbearing as far as trying to influence the Fed and manipulate the cash flow. And he's also increased spending, military spending. He's increased ancillary spending, whether it's the ballroom that he's spending money on, the archway that he's spending money on, the reflector pool that he's spending money on, himself that he's spending money on. Like, I'm confused as far as, like, today, how you can still hold that premise.
Look, you're sort of like honing in on this debt. I'm saying that this is sort of a foregone conclusion, right? Like that in either which way, they are going to add to the debt. So
if it's a
my
foregone
issue would
conclusion,
be
then that's
like,
not
how
why
are they
you support
managing?
him still today?
Yeah, exactly. So this is why I'm saying, how are they managing the sort of debt? Because,
Okay.
I mean, if it is the case that they both are sort of like in agreement that the debt sort of doesn't matter, they can continue to inflate the currency to manage, I don't know, the shortfalls. Okay, well then, I mean, we sort of have to look at like how they're doing that versus the other, right? Like I can say, it is just going to be the case that I'd like to see them cut spending, right? But like, it's just not going to happen. One, and two, you wouldn't want that to happen, I think, right?
Again, it doesn't matter what I would want. I'm still trying to get back to the actual premise, which I feel like you keep dodging around. So
just saying like how they're managing the managing the
just
inflows and outflows, right?
FYI, so the national debt when Biden was in office was $36.1 trillion, right? Since that point today.
That's not true.
Oh, okay. Well, why is it not true?
I thought you said since he. Okay. Sorry, I thought you said when he took office. I'm sorry. You said since he took.
No, at the end.
You said since.
I was saying January 2025.
Yeah, my mistake on that. Sure.
Yeah, January 2025. And as of today, it is currently at $39.22 trillion, right?
Sure.
So the point that I'm making is that Donald Trump has increased the national debt, right? I mean, he's increased it by $3.1 trillion, $3.12 trillion in a span of what, a year and a half. So like, I hear what you're saying. And if you're saying that it's a foregone conclusion, I'm willing to accept that it's a foregone conclusion. But you still have to verify how you still support him today. And if you're saying that it's based off of the management of debt, cash flow, all of those things.
Yeah, given the conditions that are just going to I'm not saying that it's acceptable in the sense that I would prefer this. I'm saying like, yeah, this is just going to be the case. I mean,
so you're saying that
since then these continuing resolutions.
You're saying
no, these continue. Well, these continuing resolutions, and they haven't even sort of like done any budget in accordance to even the one big beautiful bill. It's just been continuing resolutions for the year prior. So even now, so this is why I'm saying it's the foregone
lack of ability to actually govern. But if you take a look at the actual,
really? Well,
if you take a look at the actual House, the Congresses that we've had, they've had a history of being unable to pass legislation, pass a new budget. They have a history of passing continuing resolutions. Again, that's a critique that I have on both sides, but even more so now with the current administration and the Republicans being at the helm. But again, just to clarify,
more so,
are you saying that the reason why you support Trump today is because the debt is fucked and Donald Trump is the best person to manage that fucked debt, even though he is making it even more fucked?
No, I don't think that he's the best person, but I think like as a steward, this is preferable. And so like when I am like sort of saying like the poor, I mean, I could just take a very hardline stance and say, well, these people aren't doing anything to my sort of liking in terms of like economically, how to manage the economy, whatever, right? But I mean, you would probably feel the same, right? On your end, like when you've already said that, right? Like, yeah, this is a gripe that you have on both parties. So
I'm talking about passing legislation and continuing resolutions. I think that regardless of the actual spending, both parties are going to spend, right? But the difference between the two parties is that when the Democratic Party spends money, I vehemently disagree with them sending money to, fund wars, especially, drop bombs on babies and shit. But often they'll try to do things that benefit the American people, reinvest in social safety nets and things along those lines, where the Republican Party will cut the social safety nets and to continue to pump into the military industrial complex to drop bombs on baby. They both do this shit. But the point being,
you sort of wouldn't recognize that the deficit necessarily begets like the dropping of boom booms. Like if it's not directly by us, it's just going to be like proxies that sort of we support and fund all across the world, right? So like if we have like these sort of welfare programs, let's say we're not giving any money to any foreign sort of agent, right? Directly to fund a war. If we have this deficit, that deficit is sort of like the way in which we expand the monetary supply is just going to be like with other people buying our debt and the global reserve currency in us holding that. So it sort of begets, right, that condition that we both hate, like war. But if we are saying that you want those sort of social programs, you want that sort of like deficit, then you're necessarily going to have war. I'm against that principally, and I think you would be for that, right? Like you're okay with funding social programs and things like that. You'd probably want to.
That's not like you're sitting here pretending as if it's a prerequisite when it's not. Like literally,
it is.
It's not. It's not. You
really?
Can take a look.
I thought we agreed on the global world
right here. I got
currency.
you. Don't worry about it. So one thing that I advocate for is universal health care. I also advocate for free public higher education, like an option for free public college. And we can take a look at the way that we're currently spending funds. I always point towards the actual military budget, right? I talk about how the current military budget, we have the largest budget in the world. And then if you combine the next 14 budgets, we still have the largest military budget in the world. Out of those 14 next countries, 11 are directly our allies and 1 we're friendly with, India. So we have 12 of the 14 that are our allies. So if we cut the military budget, hell, we could cut the military budget currently in half and still have the largest military budget in the world by $500 billion. With cutting that military budget, we could reallocate that and start the actual option for a single payer option, a public option for healthcare, something like that, and then continue to use the tax collections and the allocation of tax resources that we have been using to fund said military budget to continue to fund that public healthcare option. So no, it's not a prerequisite to continue to go to war in order to support these social safety nets. I think that we need to have a reevaluation of our governmental spending as a whole. But you just saying that, oh, war is necessary to have social safety nets is absolutely false.
I thought you agreed that the way in which we back our global world reserve currency is going to be our military. Yes. We've already said this.
It's the confidence in the United States military. It's not the action. It's the confidence in the United States military, the actual ability to respond, react, and also deploy, right? And cutting the military budget would not cut the ability to do so because of the amount of waste and fraud that we have that's froth within our military.
How much do you think it is?
Oh,
yeah. How much do you think that is?
Billions of billions.
Okay, billions. Yeah, sure, billions. And I don't know if you're familiar with the rough estimates on like what a universal healthcare policy would cost.
Department of Defense, how much did they spend in September of 2025 just to make sure that they met their military budget spending?
I'm not sure on the particular. Yeah, I'm not sure on the particular, but we could talk about like
$97 million. And do you know what they spent $97 million on in the month of September?
Yeah, but this would not.
You know what they spent that on?
It just wouldn't cover the healthcare thing that we're talking about.
I'm not talking about it covering the healthcare. I'm saying, do you know what they spent $97 million on in the month of September of 2025? Not the year, just the month. They spent it on steak, lobster.
Yeah, on lobster. Yeah, I was gonna say, but
Apple products. The point that I'm pointing out with this is that in order to actually meet the budget, in which I spent my entire life in corporate America, and so I understand like budgets and how that works and meeting your actual spending so you can continue to have that budget. They justify the spending that they use in order to continue to grow that budget. And so that's why they give out military contracts hand over hand for things that never come to fruition, to people who just sign up for military. Did you know that you could just go and sign up for different government contracts that money that has to be sent?
Yes.
And there's no return. So the point being is, instead
RFPs,
RFQs. The point being, instead of us having to actually say, oh, we'll go to war and do this, or even like cutting the military budget does not mean cutting the ability of our military. It means that we can actually cut the unnecessary things that's attached to the military.
I just don't think that those unnecessary things would cover the healthcare. But it's interesting you brought that like really quick tidbit up. Would you just, we can quickly address this. Would you limit like food stamps to only be allowable to be used for like specific, very healthy, nutritious sort of foods?
What does that have
just to
do
kind
with
of test?
the,
well, I'm sort of testing the sort of like premise that you're saying that you spent a bunch of money on lobsters and steaks. Yeah, I'm telling you why I'm bringing it up. Because like you said that, you know, you have an issue with lobster. Because here's what's going to happen. Like I am like sort of on the right, right? And I recognize that we agree on that.
Why
but
I brought that up.
Well, you're going to say that that was wasteful, right? But so if that's the case, then
I didn't bring that up
say,
because I don't think they should
said it was wasteful.
Steak and lobster. Like I didn't bring that up because I'm like, oh, instead of steak and lobster, they should have.
I thought you said it was wasteful.
Chicken or yes, I brought it up because it was.
Yeah, so if that's wasteful, then you would want them to.
I brought that up to exemplify that they had
wasteful.
to use that money to meet their budget so they can justify the budget spending for the following year. When you talk about the actual ability or limiting people when they get the SNAP benefits as far as what they can or cannot get, like I don't care what people choose to get with their actual SNAP benefits. I don't.
Well, what you've brought up is like something that you just cannot run away from with any sort of the government. Okay, I'm not saying not saying that you are personally. Okay, it's just, this is one of those other things that are just nature of the beast. Like this even exists within like to a lesser degree the private sector, but the government. I mean, obviously maybe you're familiar, whatever. The same thing that you brought up. At the end of the year, they're going to try to use up the budget to ensure that they have enough for it. That's a given. You know, you sort of have to accept that, and I don't think that you would be able to come up with a solution that sort of would be able to mitigate that.
Yeah. Again, there. So,
but we can focus on what we were talking about.
What do you do for work?
I'm a banker.
You're a banker. Perfect. Awesome. How often do you participate in audits?
Here and there, it happens quite a few. I mean, like we have Dodd-Frank sort of like the regulatory.
Yeah. So
things that we have to like,
when actually participating in audits,
sure.
It's a internal critique that occurs where you look for standards being met and things that can be done, right? Have you ever participated in an audit and then used the audit to set up the next year goals, targets, metrics, KPIs, things along those lines, as far as how you are going to manage your people, resources, and things?
Yeah, but this doesn't exist with like the government because they have to go back to Congress for funding. Okay, they'd have to go. They'd have to go back to.
No. It does. It does.
We'd have to go back to Congress, right, to get
the Pentagon
funding.
hasn't passed an audit in forever. But the
I
point
agree.
being, the Pentagon hasn't passed the audit in forever. And the point being is that literally they like to try to claim that DOGE was the department to eliminate waste, fraud, and abuse. But that's not true. We actually had multiple entities that were responsible for identifying quote unquote waste, fraud, and abuse, including watchdogs that were responsible for reporting that actual information. Now, the point that I'm getting to is that if we actually fortify those actual guardrails, I guess you can call it, the people that are responsible for not only conducting audits, but initiating how they fail, pass, and how that affects the next year's budget, the next year planning, things like that, we can properly allocate resources, properly allocate time, properly be good stewards of the tax dollars that are collected from the American citizens. You sitting here saying that like, oh, there's no way to do it. That's not true.
Well, no, it's not that there's no way to do it. It's just that, you know, the pragmatically, right, you have to sort of accept that in order for them to get like funding, even though, let's say, they weren't able to use all of the budget, they'd have to go back to Congress and then make that sort of like case in that way. And it just would not work, right? Like you're already saying that this is something that not only do you have a gripe with about the current administration, it's also with the Democrat administration, right?
That's
like
literally how it works
because
now.
you've already because you've sort of said this, that even when sort of the Democrats are in power within Congress, they don't do well with the budgets, right? You said that.
Why would it not work that if we are actually putting in additional guardrails to ensure that there is
it's
no
not fraudulent, right?
They'll make sure that there's no unnecessary or wasteful spending if those are put in place, and then the actual department utilizes the budget that's allocated to them successfully, and they come back to Congress with a justifiable reason for getting additional funds. Why wouldn't that work? That doesn't make sense.
And we just confirm. Okay, how about we just go back and confirm this then? You believe that them spending on, like, you know, the whole lobster steak thing, was that wasteful, or was it fraud? Which one is it?
It was necessary due to the actual allocation of the budget to be able to complete the budget. I stated prior that I understand.
So it's neither wasteful or fraud?
It's wasteful in the premise that we could be allocating it for something else, but it's not wasteful in the sense of making sure that the budget that was allocated is spent. Again, my point being is I have spent time in corporate America. I know exactly how this goes, and I have done this for myself. I specifically, at the end of the year, have bought additional equipment, have bought additional items needed for frontline employees. We've stocked up on inventory to justify the budget. So while it's other money that could be allocated to other things, we try to ensure that we meet that floor for our previous year budget, so we can actually have at least that money moving towards our next year budget. Now, the difference between corporate America, and the federal government is the tax dollars that fund the budgets come from the American citizens, and those actual tax dollars, instead of going towards steak, lobster, things like that, could be going towards things that would actually benefit the American people.
Okay, so again, all right, because this is exactly why I asked you about the whole food stamp thing. All right, now we have to actually engage in this sort of example. If you're saying that that is wasteful, okay, so essentially an auditor would come in and then decide, well, and I'm just giving your example that you brought up, the respect that sort of it deserves. So let's just look at that. Well, this is like outside of what we're going to allow them to spend money on, right? Like, you cannot spend this on steak and lobsters, right? So then we're going to deem this as like a ding. Is that how I understand what you're sort of?
No, I think your premise
saying this would like play out. Well, how would it play out? Let's say they did spend it on. Let's say they spend it on steak and lobster.
Instead of you actually trying to preface it more, how about you just?
How would the auditor do that?
How about you just?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I think it's stupid to sit here and say that we need to actually somehow audit the way that people are using their SNAP benefits, right? I get it.
No, not the SNAP. I'm talking about the lobster and steak.
The military spending?
Yeah, that's specifically the lobster and steak that they were going to spend, right? Let's say, are you pretty much saying that an auditor would come in and say, this is not where they should be spending money on, like lobster and steak, it should go somewhere else? That's sort of like how that would play out. And then what would it ultimately be?
Yeah, the way that an audit works is not only do you look at the expenditures, but you look.
I understand how an audit works.
If you
remember, I'm a
answer
banker.
Your question, you have to stop speaking. So the way that it actually works is the auditor will look at the expenditures, and not only the expenditures, but the timing and the quantity of said expenditures. And so, while there might not be an issue with purchasing lobster and steak with the Department of Defense, if there is an irregularity, i.e., 1 month where there was an enormous amount of funds spent specifically on lobster and steak, let's say every other month there was $100 spent on lobster and steak, but in just this 1 month there was $600 spent on lobster and steak, then you've identified an irregularity. And so what you would do as an auditor is say, well, let's talk about this. Why was this justified? You run through those things. And then once you were able to determine that it was the end of year expenditure, then you actually average out the spending. You may give them even a little bit more of a buffer. And so instead of giving them $100 for lobster and steak for each month, you may give them $120, $150, but you would cut the unnecessary spending on the back end to ensure that they can't overspend and at the end of the fiscal year to be able to inflate their budget to justify for the next year. That's what I'm talking about. That's how you identify.
If you don't mind, I see like sort of a flaw in this. Like it does have like sort of good intentions, but like in a way, let's say if I was the head of this agency, I was given a budget, let's say $1 million, or 1.2 million, make it easy. That's about 100K a month. And then I was just very efficient, and everything from last year, I negotiated better rates. I did so much better. And then each like sort of month I saved, let's say, I don't know, 10,000, something like that. At the end of the year, I'd have like a 120K essentially at the end of the year. If I like decided to, because I want that for next year, if I put that towards something, right, like I run the risk of sort of being dinged for that. So this actually, it discourages. Well, hold on, it sort of discourages. Well, you want that. You're saying you're looking for irregularities,
yes,
right? So like, yeah, you would
another point
sort of like be pushing them to you
forecasting. Do you know
what
I could finish my statement
is? Yeah, of course. I told you my banker, but
so what happens?
Could you address what I'm saying? It's sort of like incentivizing people not to be efficient, right?
Yes, that's
because they have to spend all of their budget
to actually do the excess spending at the end. What role does forecasting have to play within creating budgets?
Yeah, I mean, so it can plan, right?
Yeah. So just because there was spending and someone was efficient with the funds and they had a savings and they're able to deliver a savings at the end of the year does not necessarily necessitate them getting their budget cut, right? If there is if they are able to deliver savings, if they're able to deliver projects under budget, then there can be you can actually reallocate those funds if you can forecast out that this is the new normal, meaning that, oh, this isn't just something that happened this 1 year because of these factors, but this is how they're able to run now. And so we can actually allocate those funds to another place. 2, you can just keep it the same and say, oh, well, these funds, yes, they didn't use it, but in the history of these XXX projects or whatever, it has cost this amount while they were delivered a little bit lower this year. So we're going to keep it the same. Or 3, you can actually reward them for being good stewards of their budget and say, well, we're going to actually increase your budget, give you more access to resources and expand the scope of things that you can do. And so it opens up additional items. So just because you deliver a savings at the end of the fiscal year does not necessarily mean that your budget will be cut. Your budget will be evaluated, and depending on the actual work that you do and what you're able to deliver will determine how your budget is set for the following year. Like I've done this for so fucking long. Like I'm telling you, I've literally done this for Fortune 50 companies.
Yeah, sure. But why are you applying the same standards like within the private sector to like sort of the framework of how Congress and the budget, like, I don't know, you're sort of not engaging within that. It's a given, right? And if this were the case,
I'm not engaging in it now because
you're not.
I fucking just cooked you on your point. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Sure. I will grant you that when you talk about the difference, don't crash out. Don't crash out. Don't crash out. You've been doing so good so far, buddy. Don't crash out. Don't worry.
You haven't engaged in Congress, though.
Shh, I got you. Now.
Well, could you just reference this back to Congress, please?
Shh, I got you. As I was saying,
right.
I will grant you the premise that things shift somewhat because when you talk about the public sector versus the private sector, when you talk about shareholders, stakeholders, C-level executives, C-suites, things like that versus Congress, then it becomes a little bit different because when you talk about the Congress, you talk about like money in politics, you talk about lobbyists, you talk about self-interest, you talk about a multitude of factors. So it's not necessarily just, oh, it's a one-to-one. But what I can tell you for sure is that those same politics take place with that type of organizational planning, where you have different departments within organizations that have different agendas and have different initiatives that they are championing. And so they try to lobby the people that are in charge. I have literally advocated against giving resources to someone that would be my peer, and so I could get those additional resources to accomplish additional tasks that I have. It's the same thing. So yes, there is a human element, there's a political element. It's not a one-for-one, but it is something that can be replicated. Fucking cook.
No, you have to.
Fucking
well,
cook.
what did you grant? Well, what did you grant?
I granted,
you granted something, right?
to you that
so
yes, there is
in
a
it.
difference between the public and private sector.
You have to
and so
engage
there would
in that,
not
right?
be a one-for-one, but there are enough similarities where you can implement this and yield similar results.
Like going to Congress to ask for like more, even though you've spent less, and then you have like an audit committee that's going to like sort of look at the funding that you've like been allocated, and if there were like sort of irregularities, then we're going to sort of ding you on that. But otherwise, right, you can just like not use that, and we're going to reward you. This is what you're proposing here.
No,
is that sort of how Congress works?
I think it's a
tracking is that how Congress? Well, you said you granted something, but then you didn't.
I think
you didn't engage in what you granted, right?
It's okay. It's okay. I'll explain it again. I'll explain.
You didn't engage in what you granted.
It's a tracking issue for you. I'll explain it again.
Okay.
So the thing that I granted, granted you, is that there is a difference between the public sector and the private sector, and the way that the public sector and the private sector drive said initiatives. The United States government.
What is that difference?
If you stop speaking, I'm going to tell you, poo-poo. It's okay. I got you.
Sure.
I promise you.
Sure.
I'm holding your hand with a paper napkin in between.
Yeah,
I got you.
Just if you could tell us this time. You missed it last time.
No. You missed it. This is a you issue. Again, this is a tracking issue. Don't worry. I'm trying to help you understand. I know it may not be your forte.
No problem.
Obviously, you don't have an understanding of how things work. And so I'm trying to explain things to you. So, like I said, the fact that the public sector and the private sector are different, and the actual deliverables are different, because the public sector is the government is not a for-profit sector. Right? They're not supposed to be able to carry balance from year to year. They're not supposed to try to increase the actual revenue to bring it from year to year. Now, the private sector, they're all about profits. They want to increase profits. They can carry profits over. They can do this, da. Now, understanding the difference between the Congress and shareholders, stakeholders, boards, like those are the differences, right? The difference between allocating resources, who can allocate those resources, Congress, or who can allocate those resources within the department, their CFO, I guess you can say, or whatever. Those two different entities go about allocating those resources differently. The point that I have is that you can use the similar process between both to ensure that there is effective spending, that there are proper budgets set, that there are proper forecasting set. And then once you do that, you can make the determination if there needs to be a increase, decrease, or a continuation of said budgets. Yes, I will.
Sure. But how does Congress do it?
Not done. Yes,
you didn't mention
I will.
It.
Yes, I will even grant you that understanding that Congress has passed continuing resolutions is different than creating a brand new budget. But I think with being able to audit and properly manage resources gives us a better opportunity to just pass budgets versus continual resolution.
Yeah, you didn't tell us like how Congress and sort of like, you asking for more money that works today and then how that would look tomorrow. Like, I think uniquely different.
The way it works today
You
is
mentioned
way
the private sector. If I could finish,
no. Now
if you don't mind,
I'm gonna answer. I'm gonna answer the question directly because you said I didn't answer. With going to Congress, how the money. I'm gonna answer directly. How does it work today versus how it would work in my proposal? Sure, the way that it works today, they spend the money, they go to Congress. Hey, we need more money for war. We need more money for X. We need more money for that.
For
and
war?
Then Congress makes it, literally, that's the Department of Defense went to Congress and said they needed more money for spending on the war with Iran. There we go. So the way it works, you spend the money, you go to Congress, you say, hey, I need more money. The way that it would work tomorrow would be the same way, but you have to show that the actual money spent was justifiable spending, and the request is a justifiable request, meaning that even if you didn't spend the requisite amount for your budget, and then you come and say like, hey, we're engaging in war and we need more money, then sure, they can allocate more money. Or if you're in a situation where you have not only met but exceeded your budget, and you come to them and say like, hey, we want to hand out these really cool contracts, but the contracts are not a necessity, then it can be rejected. It would work the same way, but there would be more understanding, transparency, and a better allocation of funds and resources from the start versus when they come back and try to get more.
Are you saying that in today they don't justify their spending or justify like the budget that they're asking for? Because you're saying that this is how it would be different. Like you said, literally those words, it would be different because now they would justify. So are they not doing that today?
Yeah, I think the spending, when you talk about continuing resolutions, no, there's not a necessary justification. It's just a continuation of what has been. Like I said, with having with having an actual audit in place and being able to refine what's happening would give us the ability to pass actual budgets instead of continuing resolutions. And so if you pass a budget and it is a set budget versus a continuing resolution, if you come back to Congress with something that is not a part of the new budget, then you have to justify the thing.
But we don't have like auditors today, like watchdogs, as you mentioned. They're not doing this thing to. Okay.
That there was a.
Oh, we do. Okay.
Yes.
See, because you said they were just simply. Well, you said that they were simply having to just approve it without justification.
When was the last time the Pentagon passed an audit and there was any type of action on their failed audits?
You're limiting this to just even the DoD.
I'm speaking in specifics. When is the last time that the Pentagon did not pass an audit and there was any type of action from said failed audit? Okay, so there was no. So even though we have people who are actively auditing currently, if there's no actual action behind said audits, right? There's no point in doing an audit if there are not actual metrics and indicators and actual plans put in place to correct the things that were failed in the audit. So like that's a failure. And then even if you talk about like the watchdogs for wasteful spending, hey, who got into office and then fired a shit ton of watchdogs and then it directly exploited the actual departments and areas for where they fired said watchdogs?
Right. No, it was Trump. But then I thought you said that those watchdogs, they would find things and then they wouldn't do anything about it, right?
I didn't say that.
Well, I thought you said that. When was the last time that
I said
they
audits,
like they passed an audit and then they did?
You do know.
Well, no, you said last time that they passed an. Yeah, you said when was the last time that they passed an audit and then that they did something about it, right?
Yeah. So
the watchdogs are finding things, right?
You wait. Again, you do understand that there's a difference between auditors and watchdogs.
Sure.
Okay,
like
so then
GAO.
why are you giving the example? You're calling back the example that I just gave for auditors.
Yeah,
but
GAO.
You're replacing for some reason that with watchdogs.
Yeah. So like earlier we talked about GAO, like those sort of watchdogs that, unlike wasteful spending or fraud or whatever it is, amongst across the entire government. sort of thing. I thought you were including that. I don't think they've really done any enforcement behind what they've found either, right?
I would have to look at the specific group that you're referring to, but I'm talking about the watchdogs that are in place for a multitude of areas across the government. One of the most famous watchdog groups that Donald Trump gutted were the ones that were in charge of like the cryptocurrency and the way that the United States engaged in cryptocurrency and the people that were able to invest and allocate in cryptocurrency. And Donald Trump specifically, one of the first things that he did was remove those watchdogs and reduce their overall numbers and their access and ability to gain information. And then after that, he started making a shit ton off of cryptocurrency.
Okay, so this is interesting. All right, overall, I guess what you're saying
really
is you don't like
we've gone.
Well, no, I think like you're on the left, right?
And now you've actually somehow gotten to where we're talking about the government spending, and you still like never really justified your original point, which was how do you still support Donald Trump today? Just the FYI, the question was how do you support Donald Trump today? You said because of the national debt, managed cash flow, and welfare state and spending, and the military being used to back the global reserve or the reserve money. Now, with that being said, I called out the actual negative indicators that Donald Trump has impacted all of those things. The only thing that he's upholding is the one point that you're saying, which was the military being used. I also then, when you said, well, it's basically bad regardless, but he's the best person to somehow manage those things. And you still haven't actually justified the management of those things. We've now gone into the hypothetical allocation of different resources. Remember, the reason why we're talking about the military budget is because we talked about social safety nets. You said that these social safety nets, there was a necessity to fund these social safety nets through war, and you don't believe in war. But then I told you that we could actually reallocate the budget. That's how we got all the way down there. So this is what we're going to do easy. How
do you think?
This is what we're going to do.
But you agree that
this is what we're going to do easy. I got a bunch of people to thank. Like I'm really like backed up. So I'm going to thank all the people that's been supporting the live this entire time. And when I come back to you, I want you to think about the question again and give a coherent and concise answer. Today,
I got you.
June 1st, 2026. Why do you still support Donald Trump and the Republican Party while they have had multiple negative impacts on the American people, whether we talk about the economy, whether we talk about global standing, whether we talk about access to rights, environmental protections, any of those things? Why today do you still support them and saying, well, because of the debt in the past, or, well, the debt is shit, but they'll be the best managing the shit? That's not an answer. So think about it for a second. I'm going to say thank you, and then I'll come right back to you. Debbie's in the chat for Miss Bella for the $10 super chat to say, he keeps bringing up cash flow. Those words do not mean what he thinks they mean. I know. Take it from an accountant. Take an accountant class first, please, before speaking on finances. W's. Debbie's in the chat for Angie for the $1 donation saying, good morning. June is Pride Month and Gun Violence Awareness Month. RIP Uzi. Have a great week. RIP Uzi for sure. And thank you so much, Angie. I appreciate you. Debbie's in the chat for Jen for the $5 donation saying, he wants to monitor poor people and let billionaires to continue to steal. Yes, he is a bootlicker. Yes, Debbie's in chat for Jen. Thank you so much for that. Debbie's in chat for Lydia for the $5 donation saying, tell these idiots I'll send tell this idiot I'll send him $20 if he can shut up for more than 1 minute while I try to respond to him. Impulse control is hard. Debbie's in chat for Anthony for the $1 donation saying, they want to punish poor people for being poor. Facts. Debbie's in the chat for Jeffrey for the $1 donation saying, hit him with a gum jet bazooka. Facts. And Debbie's in the chat for Jared. Holy shit. Debbie's in the chat for Jared for the $50 donation saying, just saw the new Jubilee. You and Parker and the rest absolutely destroyed Ruben. It wasn't even close. Like fucking high stepping into the end zone. Followed up by another $50 donation saying, Can you ask this donut this question? How come our troops are on Snap? Ooh, that's a good one. Ooh, that's a good one. We'll get to it. Biggest military budget in the world, but we can't afford to feed our troops. Sound fishy. W's in the fucking chat and W's for the fucking facts. Let's see here over on Twitch. Let me make sure that we're all caught up. W's in the chat for Escape Win for the one cheered. Sent the 90 cheer bits. W's in the chat. Thank you so much for that. Wait, hold on. Did I miss something? Yeah, I missed another one. Give me a second. Where's that at? Oh, there it is. W's in the chat for Eddie for the $10. Ozzy just saw your Jubilee with Dave Rubin. You, Parker, Mason, Naima, cook so hard. Great job. I agree. I actually felt bad for him. W's in the chat for all the donuts, guys. If anyone else likes to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat, and I will read that out. Guys, if you don't mind, keep tapping the screen, share the live, send your daily heart me. Keep knocking out the daily gift goal. I'm going to reset that right now. And look up at the top. 1.8 thousand people hanging out here on TikTok. If you are not following me, hit that follow button. We're on our way to 200,000 followers. We do lives all the time. We do more than just debates. We do different types of lives all the time. So please, please, please hit that follow button, turn on notifications. We only got 43 new followers, and we've been live for almost 2 hours. I know for a fact there's more than 43 people that have not followed me yet. So please hit that follow button, turn on notifications. If you're over on YouTube and you're watching, hit that thumbs up. Hit that thumbs up. It'll push the VOD out to more people. Last but not least, guys, there are people in the request. Make sure only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you're friendly, do all the other wonderful things. All right, Easy. Coming back to you one more time. Why do you actually still support Donald Trump and the Republican Party today?
Yeah. So I think that why I'll just be very honest with you. I think everything that I disagree with, sort of like how or what Trump is doing, of course I would disagree, like the Democrats naturally, right? But with how he's sort of doing it, it exposes how the government is sort of made to be inept in sort of dealing with these situations. Like I said, and you also agree that we sort of back our world reserve currency through our military might. And if you're saying like ultimately that includes like going to wars or like proxies or funding all of that. If you're saying you don't want that, then I mean that won't the currency any longer. And then I don't really know how you would be able to sort of like fill that gap. I think what it would necessitate is like if people actually hold that position that you're saying, right? Then they would realize that either we need to cut spending, which is the ultimate goal, right? Or they would just accept, just the fact of the matter is that the only way that we can sort of continue this is to cut even those social programs and all of that. And then the other thing is just obviously going to be like taxes, I think bonus depreciation, these type of things.
Wait, hold on.
Individuals, that's overall a good win.
Wait, hold on.
That's always going to be a good win.
You said that the options are cut the social programs, or what was the first one you said?
Yeah. Cut spending, right?
Okay, so cut spending or cut the social programs.
Yeah, cut spending, right? Ultimately, or cut the social programs. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, that necessarily sort of involves like cutting the social programs, though.
No. Well, let's cut.
No, it doesn't.
Let's cut the spending on additional things like the military budget, or like even like the allocation of the Justice Department, right? I mean, you could talk about ICE and the determination to fund ICE within DHS to the 14th highest level of any military in the world. Like their budget is if you stack them up with the budgets for militaries, they would be number 14. So we could take a look at the other entities that we're allocating money and resources to and cut those as well. It doesn't necessarily.
Okay, so what is the deficit? What is the deficit?
I don't know what it is right offhand. I have to look it up. What is it?
Is it larger than the discretionary spending? Yes. Yes. So I think like if you do accept what I said, right?
One second.
I kind of put it.
1 second.
I could just
The
answer for you.
current U.S. deficit. Hold on. Where is it as of today?
You should go based off of like the current, most recent spend instead of one big beautiful bill. It's going to be more accurate.
U.S. Treasury, national deficit. It's pulling up. Revenues, spending. So spending is 7.01 trillion. And the actual revenue, the deficit is 1.78 trillion.
Okay, and but it's not actually super accurate.
This is from
like a revenue.
This is literally from the treasury.gov.
Those are projections. Yeah, I know those are projections. Remember forecasting? You brought that up. So anyway,
they're looking at the.
Let's say the deficit. This is fine. We could deal with this. Like, what is the?
This is not. This is
what
not
is the discretion?
This is not projections. This is from 2025. You fucking donuts. Stop saying stuff that you don't know. This is literally. From
what was the total revenue? Yeah, what was the total revenue?
5.23.
That was brought in.
5.23.
Okay, and what was that brought in from tariffs?
Let's see. The actual revenue. No, and that definitely wasn't brought in from tariffs. Let's see.
There weren't any tariffs in that 5.23?
No, I'm saying that the actual.
Really?
Saying that it's all tariffs. No, that's what I'm saying. It's not.
Okay. Well, yeah.
Right.
And I'm not so sure if you would keep these tariffs, right?
Revenue says it's from income taxes, payroll taxes, corporate income taxes, excess taxes.
Excise. There you go. That's going to be tariffs. So the reason why I said that in that way is because, like, you know, the tariffs they have to return, and it's fine. Like, we could even deal with your 1.78. That's fine. I don't care for that. I'm saying, like, do you know what the discretionary spending is, like, total?
No, you go look up the discretionary. So why are you like?
I've already told you.
These random questions.
Well, you've accepted the premise that we need to like get rid of the deficit, and then you said we could just reduce spending. But if we cannot meet that, if we cannot meet that with only the discretionary spending, you're going to have to go into the social programs, right?
You said the only way that we could.
Well, it was a trap card.
You said the only way we could. Your trap card didn't fucking work. You said the only way that we could do it is either cut spending or cut those social safety nets. And I'm saying, yes, we can cut spending without cutting those social safety nets. And I pointed specifically,
and we would still have a deficit, right?
Spending. Yes. I don't give
we would still have a deficit.
It's not a point about the deficit. You're literally sitting here saying that we have to cut social. Okay, easy.
How do we fund the deficit?
Easy.
You said it was backed by the military.
Easy. I need you to be concise, because again, I don't think that you have been up here now for, let's see, 1 second. You've been up here now for almost an hour, like literally almost an hour. And in this entire hour, you've danced around the question and obfuscated and tried to find other ways to speak.
I told you about taxes.
To speak to something that is not the question. And you're also speaking on something by saying, well, it's always been and it will always be. But the actual premise of it is it would be worse if it were someone else. Like, again, you're literally.
I mentioned to you taxes, right? I think you chose to engage on this point, even though I mentioned taxes.
Hey, easy. Today, with what the Trump administration has done, with the war that they have put the United States of America in with Iran, with the cutting of healthcare benefits for millions of Americans, with the increased CPI, with the environmental deregulations, with the rollbacks on rights for millions of Americans, How do you still support him and this administration today? And don't mention the projections for the future or the fact that you think that he is better than what the Democrats would have been for this. Tell me, how do you justify your support for him today with all of the factors that are negatively impacting everyday Americans?
It's just going to be bonus depreciation and like the individual tax returns, making those permanent. I mentioned that earlier, but you chose
Tax
to engage in like the bigger, broader.
Returns. So tax returns for all Americans?
Yeah, I mean, pretty much every single individual, like, okay, was made permanent, right? That was changed in, well, except for 10%, right?
The actual tax cuts were not made permanent for everyday Americans. They were made permanent for corporations and businesses. That's why I said, do you mean all Americans?
Incorrect. Yeah, so like there's a tax bracket. I'll specifically cite one. Yeah, I'll specifically cite it.
Provision within the big beautiful bill that made the tax cuts permanent for everyone.
Yeah, so the tax bracket, I'll give you the specific tax bracket. Like we'll just look at one. Now I'm saying this doesn't include the 10%. This was the one that was excluded in TCJA 2017, right? But the first one, it was reduced from 15 to 12, and that was set to expire this year. And it's sort of made permanent now. And that is for individual 5. Well, it is made permanent, right? But the reason why I say sort of is like...
You said sort of made permanent. That's what I'm saying. I want you to be clear about this answer. Are you saying that the one big beautiful bill made those tax cuts for everyday Americans, not just the corporations and billionaires? It made those tax cuts for everyday Americans permanent?
Yeah, that's right.
Or are you saying that it's sort of made? I want you to be clear with your statement.
Yeah, it is permanent. It's just that, let's say if somebody like gets into Congress and then just creates a new budget, just like Trump did, I guess they could reverse it. Like I'm just sort of I don't know, very specific in the way that I word things. But yeah, for all intents and purposes, there is no expiration date. Yeah, he removed the expiration date. Yeah.
Okay, so give me the provision within the BBB where that happened.
Well, I'll have to cite to you if you give me a second.
Yep, go ahead and take your time.
Yeah.
Go ahead and take your time.
Yeah.
While he looks up the provision, W's in the chat for Just Devin for the $2 super chat to say congratulations or congrats on handing Dave Rubin his ass. Trust me, it wasn't hard. It was not hard. W's in the chat as well for cousin Jesse for the $5 donation saying y'all want to see a dead body. Why did you Dean? Well, Dean wasn't there, but why did you, Parker, and others jump Dave like that? Yo, Easy, can you tell me 3 conservative policies that have benefited working / middle class from the Trump administration? The answer is no. The answer is just no, because it doesn't exist. Debbie's in the chat for Jared for the $1 donation saying Easy puts raisin in his word salad. He does. Debbie's in the chat for Jocelyn for the $1 donation saying Trump is exposing the government, but Trump is part of the government. So he's exposing himself? Yes. They literally keep saying this shit. Like, they literally keep saying this shit. I'm telling you, they keep saying this shit. Debbie's in the chat for Fashid. What up, Fashid? Who sent an $8 donation saying, morning, Santana. Have you got a chance to look at Jubilee? Without spoiling it, I just want to say you and Parker both were outstanding. You obliterated that guy well. I've been waiting for so long, a long time, and you all made it happen. Thank you so much. Yeah, I did watch it. I watched it yesterday, and I was super happy. Like, again, it was worse than I remembered when it comes to us recording it. Like, I knew it was bad in real time. It was even worse with the follow through. W's in the chat for cousin Jesse for the $5 donation saying, yo, Easy, I'm at 24% tax bracket and I got effed with no KY jelly this year in taxes. I'm gonna pay more next year in taxes just coming across over from 22% to 24%. So F what you're talking about. W's in the chat. Let me make sure we're all set here on Twitch.
So I don't forget it. It says section 11. So it's
make sure that we're all set here on Twitch. W's in the chat for
oh, sorry, I was on mute. So I don't forget this.
No, I put you on mute. I'm literally still in the middle of speaking. Like, I don't know if you can hear my mic. or like if you have the volume turned down or whatever, but I was still speaking. W's in the chat for Escape Win for the 100 bits over on Twitch. W's in the chat for Manders for the 1 cheer bits over on Twitch. That we had an op that ran away screaming. Yes. W's in the chat for the actual Twitch chat as well. Guys, if anyone else likes to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. 1.9 thousand people hanging out over here on TikTok. Guys, hit that follow button. Look up here. If you see the word follow, that means you're not following me. Hit that follow button. Turn on notifications so you know when we go live. We go live all the time, and we're on our way to 200,000 followers. So please hit that follow button. Also, let's get the likes up to 300,000 likes.
Holy crap.
Please and thank you. Over on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. We should have as many people hitting the thumbs up button as we have people watching. And make sure you give me a follow. We're on our way to 23,000 followers over on YouTube. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you're friendly, tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart me. All right, you may speak now. You got that actual provision.
Yeah, it's Title 11, Section 110001. And you'll find it in like
Title 11.
Ways and
wait, there's some background noise got loud. Title 11, what?
Yeah, it says Title 11, Section 110001, and ways and means. Like if you just simply type in ways and means.
Title 11, 11001.
Yeah, I'm having to go back and forth because I'm on my phone. But it says, yeah, Title 11, Section 11001 is the specific provision. But if you simply just type in like ways and means, like for the House, and then you type in modification of, I'll give you, hold on.
No, it's fine. I'll pull up the One Big Beautiful Bill, and I'll pull up that specific section.
Yeah, it's under subtitle A, but it just simply says extension of modification rates, and then the first one is going to be those brackets.
I don't need you to tell me
and
what
it
it is.
specifically says.
Yeah, it's okay. I don't need you to tell me what it is. I'm going to pull it up, and we're going to look at it. Don't worry. I got it.
Yeah. Okay. All right. By the way, you didn't know this?
Section 11.
Can you just confirm that you didn't know this? Host, are you there? Did you know this before?
Let's see.
Like you made me look it up, or is this like new news?
Can
you hear me? Is a mic check gonna work here? Yeah.
Man,
I don't know.
Like it's a beautiful day out with those birds chirping.
Yeah, I live on a hill.
Section, you said section, Title 11, Section 110011. 110. Hold on, let me just do this.
Well, 0001. But this is why I told you just type in one thing. You said you would find it yourself, though, right?
All right. This section makes permanent individual tax rates. So let's see. Let's go back up to the portion that reaches in the section 10, 12, 22, 24, 32, 35, 37.
Literally subtitle A,
hey,
the first thing that's there.
So
extension of the modification of rates.
Wait. So this actually makes permanent the tax brackets. And
that's what I said, right? 15. Right. Yeah, remember I said 15%.
Not the actual tax cuts that were received within the brackets, but the actual bracket. Where are the tax
15
incentives?
to 12.
Where are
that's what I said.
Where are the permanent incentives that are? You do understand that there are additional incentives that were given. Section.
I articulated for you.
Section 110002. Right. The next.
What does this have to do with what I brought up?
Hold on.
I thought you were asking me for what I was referencing, right? You just not going to engage with what I brought up?
No, I'm trying to tell you, I'm not saying that they didn't make these brackets permanent. I'm saying.
Well, that's what we were talking about, right?
Easy. Just like they made the provisions and the deductions with the reduced brackets permanent for corporations. They didn't break out multiple brackets to make it more specific for everyday Americans. They just reduced the overall effective tax rate for corporations, right? So with them making these brackets permanent, yes, there's a 10%, 12%, 22, 24, 32, 35, 37, right? Those aren't any actual reductions in incentives. That just gives you a specific bracket to fall in where it's less of a larger range, but moving between those two brackets means an increase in taxes. So the point that I'm saying is there have been permanent cuts to the tax rate for corporations and companies. This is an expansion of the actual tax brackets for the individual people. They didn't decrease them overall. They didn't decrease them overall. They just gave more options depending on where you fall.
No, these are, okay. When TCJA was started, just hear me out, okay? When TCJA was started, there was 7 tax brackets, okay? You do know that we're on a progressive tax schedule when it comes to individuals. So like in this same way, there's 7. And each one, I gave you an example. You said 12, right? Well, it was set to expire because prior to 2017, it was 15%. And if you go to the exact document that I referenced to you, you'll see that the expiration exactly references the rate that it was going to go back to, which was 15.
Expiration.
Yeah, and the thing that I cited here. So like I said, if you type in...
Now, where do you see the expiration?
Oh, well,
listed for
it doesn't cite you 15%.
It says the section makes permanent the individual tax rates of the 10, 12, 22, 24, 32, 35, and 37. This doesn't say anything about an actual expected return to the 15 or anything like that.
If you scroll down, it has a nice visual graph where it says current law, and then it has 15.
What are you looking at? Well, because I'm looking at the actual legislation.
Yeah, within the legislation, and then you can pull this up specifically, even if you look at like House and Ways.
Where I'm looking, if you scroll down, there's section 11002, 11003, 11004, 11005.
Yeah, right under.
There's nothing. What are you?
I'll tell you. Yeah, right underneath section 1100001, right? It states like what it says, and then provision underneath it, correct?
Under section 110011?
No, not 11. Just there's 1 at the end.
Give me the number again.
Yeah, it says 110001. Okay.
11001.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
And if you'd like
110002, literally, I'll show you. Don't worry about it.
Here.
No,
look.
I'll show you. Don't worry about it. This is getting pedantic. Like seriously, I don't know.
What you can do is
you're sitting here saying that something is there that's not there, and I'm telling you, like it's not there.
It may be referencing. Okay, here.
You see this?
Oh, okay. See, you don't have you'd have to go into the citing of that section. So like, there's the Committee of Ways.
I'm here.
Okay, it's committee. Yeah, no. Yeah, I know. I understand. This is just a summary. So you have to go to, there's a, I'll give you, it's House Ways and Means. So it's Title IX Committee on Ways and Means. If you go there, it has that section, and then it has, it's even longer than that, the actual, like, what that section summary, the provision outlined, and then it has that sort of visual. It has it for all of these sections.
Give me a second.
Yeah. There's a couple of other things, like standard deduction was doubled. That's made permanent. That was also set to expire. There's a couple of things.
110001.
Yeah. Type in. I'll give you the name of the House Ways and Means. Give me 1 second. If you type in like House Ways and Means, one big beautiful bill.
No, I'm looking at the actual bill. I'm trying to get to the section.
Well, that's the section, and so that section will refer back to House Ways and Means. Like, ultimately, it's going to reference because it's like 1,000-page like document, right? With like the addendums and stuff, it'll reference back to
actual. So we're Committee on the Judiciary, Subtitle A, Immigration and Law Enforcement.
What does that have to do with those?
No, I'm saying this is what I'm seeing. And then going down even more, it's not, and this is under the text. This is weird. Give me a second. Let's do this. There's
like on the Ways and Means. Yeah, it's Ways and Means House.gov. Like within there. Yeah. You know how long these like bills are. Forget.
Let's see. Oh. Hold on. Wait, are you referring to you're referring to the TCJA, not the one big beautiful bill?
No, this is the One Big Beautiful Bill. It literally on the top headline. Here, I'll take a screenshot if you don't mind, and I'll show you. It literally says One Big Beautiful Bill on the very first page, not TCJA, and then it has the expiration date and then the current law to make it permanent. I'll show you. Yeah, here. So just so you'll have a reference.
I don't see anything.
Just real quick, he's referring to an article put out by the Ways and Means Committee, the title of which is Ways and Means Votes to Make 2017 Tax Cuts Permanent.
I know.
No, it's not an article.
Like I keep trying to go to the legislation instead of the Ways and Means as what they propose.
Yeah, no, it's not a proposal. It's what was accepted. Can you just pull up my screen and then you'll see what document?
Easy. I know you hear me talking. That means you should stop talking.
Okay.
He has issues with impulse control, Jeff.
So at the bottom of this, it says for a section by section on the bill, and there's a document authored by Jason Smith. This is not a law.
I understand. I
don't want you to speak. Listen, hey, I do not want you to speak while I'm speaking. I find your voice offensive. Okay.
So, I find your voice girly.
I don't give a fuck what you find my voice. I was speaking first,
girly.
And they're actually going to mute you before they mute me. Okay.
No problem. Sorry.
I mean, at this point,
it's actually kind of bitchy.
And not listen, easy. At this point, like you've been thoroughly fucking cooked on everything except the actual background. If you want to keep
you didn't
going,
know this?
You've been thoroughly cooked, and you still have not actually engaged with the background. Now we're going down another rabbit hole, and that's fine. But if you want to continue, if you want to continue down this rabbit hole, then let Jeff speak. Jeff, floor is yours.
Okay. So the document put out by the Ways and Means Committee is not a law. It is similar to an op-ed. It might as well be a blog post. It is their opinion on what they are doing with their vote. It's politics. If you want to know what the actual law is doing, you should do what Santana is doing and read the law itself. If you want to reference some other law that this law supersedes with its text, you can do that. But referencing an opinion piece by a committee that wants to sell you the bill is just stupid. Especially when walking down the list, it doesn't do what you say it does.
Jeff, is that why I couldn't find specifically where he was saying that it was doing that with the actual One Big Beautiful Bill when I had it pulled up on the House.gov?
Yes.
Huh. That makes sense.
Because the only thing that the IRS is going to follow is the actual law. They're like, if you go to them and you show them this document, right? They're going to say, yeah, this is toilet paper.
Okay, I'll give you the section within the One Big Beautiful Bill.
He already posted the section within the One Big Beautiful Bill. It just lists the brackets.
Section 70101. If you want to look
Say it
that
again.
up.
70101.
70101. Yeah.
That is listing the brackets again.
Yeah, I know. It's listing the brackets, and it shows it's now 12% and it's permanent.
1 by striking, and before January 1, 2026, by striking through 2028 through 2025 in the heading, inserting beginning after 2017 inflation adjustment section 1J3BI is amendment by inserting solely for the purpose of the determining of the dollar amount at which any rate bracket higher than 12% ends, at the which rate bracket higher than 22% begins before section F3 effective date. The amendment made this section shall apply taxable years beginning after December. Yeah, this just tells when the actual differentiation of the brackets begin.
Well, no, it shows that it's striking through the sunset language, right? So the sunset language, like it removed that sunsetting, and I mean, it was set to go to 15%, and then now there's no expiration date. And I also want to ask, you did not know this, that they are. You did not know this? You did. By the way, you did not know that they're.
No.
Hold on. Can I just?
No.
Can I just ask? Do you think that these are going to expire?
No.
Do you think that these are going to expire?
No, the fuck it does not.
Do you think that these are going to expire?
No,
do you think that these are going to expire?
No, you're fucking lying. Easy, why are you lying?
Do you think that these are going to expire?
Easy, why are you
think
lying?
That these are...
No. Answer the question directly. Why did you just lie?
Well, that's also language within.
I have it literally in front of me right now. I'm looking at the section you just gave me, and I just read it off. Why did you just lie?
Do you want me to give you a screenshot?
No, I want to know why you just lied.
I'm not. I can show you the screenshot. Do you want to see that? And by the way, do you think that these are going to go back? You think?
Fuck it. I don't even care, Jeff. You got anything?
You think these are going to expire?
Listen.
You think these are going to expire?
The word permanent means no, and we already knew that. But that's not the point.
So they're permanent.
Hey,
okay.
Easy. That's not the point, and we've already talked about that. You're cooking yourself. You said 7-0. I want you to stop talking while I'm talking. I didn't say a motherfucking thing while you were speaking. So you have impulse control problems. This is a beta condition. So now you said section 70101. I want you to tell me where in this one line section it says anything about sunset language.
It says permanent, right? And I can show you the.
I just want to know. Look, I'm just going to ask the question again. And I'm going to keep asking it. I'm just going to keep asking. I'm just going to keep asking my question. I'm just going to look. I've already said that. But the question.
Oh, okay. All right. So you already can.
He's fucking lying even more so, Jeff, because the actual striking through that he tried to pretend that it was saying, literally is saying that this is just set to happen on the December 31st, 2025. Like this made it. There was nothing that was strike through.
Exactly.
They didn't strike through.
Like
that's not what it. You're a fucking liar, Jeff. Go ahead.
Okay, so here's what we're looking for in section 70101. Tell me where it says anything about sunset language.
Dev is in chat for Jocelyn for the $1 donation, saying he's using AI overview, isn't he? He absolutely is. That's why he keeps like not being able to engage when we're looking at the actual legislation. Dev is in the chat for Kim for the $15 super chat to say Santana, great job with team on Jubilee. What decision have you made about going on PTL? I'm not. W's in the chat for I did not mean to do that. Dang it. W's in the chat for just Devin for the $2 super chat to say Pride Month. Happy Pride Month to Yins all. I think you mean you all, but you say Yins all. W's in the chat for Barian for the $2 super chat to say Pride hashtag Pride Love Win. Happy Pride Month. Happy Pride Month as well. W's in the chat for all the donos. Guys, if anyone else likes to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks For You. Santana Speaks For You is the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything. Yizin is a Pittsburgh for y'all. Oh, okay. I didn't know that. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. There was in chat for Anthony for the $5 donation saying, love the part where he said 2025 numbers were projections. Yeah, he did say that shit. He literally said that the numbers that we gave in 2025 were projections. Fucking wild.
Well, they kind of are, right?
No, they're actual numbers, you donut.
Yeah, I'm sure they are because it included things like tariffs that they had to return. Anyway, you don't. So can you tell us? Now,
the question on the
so
table,
you agree that it's permanent?
The question on the table.
Agree that it's permanent?
The question on the table is where in section 70101 does it say anything about sunset language?
Yeah, I got you. Where it says by striking through, okay? Where it says by striking through, and then prior to that, what it says is that it's going to institute going forward.
Okay, we're just going to read it.
2026.
We're just going to read it.
The second part is striking
Chapter
through
1, providing permanent tax relief for
striking through
middle-class families and workers. This chapter makes permanent
So these are
multiple individual. Stop talking.
Why? Wait,
individual
hold on, Jeff.
federal tax.
Jeff, why, Easy? Why are you fighting to not let Jeff actually read the legislation? Go ahead, Jeff.
That is a good question. Makes permanent multiple individual federal tax provisions enacted in 2017 by the TCJA. Below is a summary of the provisions in this chapter, and now we're at section 70101. This section makes permanent the individual tax rates of 10%, 12%, 22%, 24%, 32%, 35%, and 37%, and the estate and trust tax rates of 10%, 24%, 35%, and 37%. I do not see by striking through. Those words are not in this bill. At least not in this section. So, do you want to try again? I told you this section is one line. Matter of fact, the words by striking through don't even appear in the text of the bill. So you're literally just lying. So we can try it again.
So you said that these were set to expire and now they're permanent,
I've been talking to this guy now for an hour and a half, and like there's been no substance.
Well, at least now you know that they're permanent. You didn't know that before.
I said the actual tax incentives, you fucking donut.
This is exactly.
Shut up. Would you, Jeff?
Literally told you 15 to 12.
Anything else for him?
No, unless there's some words that are like maybe the font color is white, so I can't see them. I tried highlighting it.
Did you know that the standard deduction was made permanent? The double of
that's also not a tax incentive, so it doesn't.
Oh, it's not. Oh, okay.
No, the standard deduction is literally not a tax incentive.
Okay,
that's why.
So would you? Okay, would you say
you're stupid? Oh my God! You came up here this entire time to try to pretend as if you were some type of intellectual, and you said a bunch of nothing this entire time. Your entire talking points has been dog shit. Like literally just dog shit. You provided nothing. Nothing. You're dismissed.
Well, did he make the
You're dismissed?
All right. I'm gonna go back to my capitalisms, but that was nuts.
That's fucking insane, bro. I appreciate you.
Word. All right. I still we gotta have a chat about that surrounding, because that was bonkers.
Bro,
Y'all, if you haven't
like
haven't watched this, it was so bad.
Yeah.
It was probably the worst I've seen him do, Dave Rubin do in any kind of scenario. And it's just because he finally got in front of some real fucking people, I guess.
I kept saying, I don't understand why he would agree to do this. I just like, that was the part that kept bothering me. Is like, who set him up for failure?
He thought it was going to be like one of those college spots where it's like, change my mind. And then he heard facts and he was like he literally did look like a deer in headlights.
Yeah.
It was hilarious.
The entire time he was just like, the entire time. Even like when I told him, I said, all 3 of your claims are wrong. Which one do you want me to prove you wrong on? He was like shocked that I said that. But I'm like, the shit you're just saying is just wrong. So anyway, I appreciate you.
And before I go, I want everybody to go on YouTube to End of a Species, and just subscribe. Just hit the subscribe on End of a Species on YouTube. We're trying to do big things, all of us. So let's do that. All right. I'll talk to y'all later.
W's in the chat for Jeff, guys. W's in the chat for Jeff. All right, guys. We're going to keep this thing moving. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links and links are in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. W's in the chat for C for the $5 donation. If you get a chance, I think you and Parker and Dean should debate Michael Knowles, another Trump supporter influencer. I would be willing to do it. I just don't know who that is. So there's that. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
I believe I disagree with your middle ground Democrats, but more so I wanted to hear your take on it. That way I'm not just arguing something that I believe is your take.
Okay. Are you a Democrat?
Political spectrum wise, I was a registered Republican. MAGA's kind of tilted my ass, so now I've been voting Democrat. I've actually been really interested in, I might be butchering his name. I think his name is Tellerico over in Texas, and I'd love to see him take more federal positions.
Okay. Yeah. So my premise is having the ideology that we can somehow compromise with a fascist regime is wrong. There's no middle ground when it comes to the current administration and the way that they are systematically destroying the norms within the governmental system, the negative impacts that are occurring with the economy and the American people, and thinking that we can somehow compromise when they've shown a propensity to do the maximum amount of harm while enriching themselves is a fallacy. So there's no compromise when it comes to the Trump administration, what they're currently doing. Either you're with them or you're with us.
Solid. So it's okay. So that's more directed towards MAGA and the people currently shitting on our, pretty much shitting on our Constitution. Yeah, I actually fully agree. So I do apologize for taking up your time.
There's some way that we can actually, the way that we can actually somehow. They think that, oh, well, you know, let's just give a little bit and then maybe they'll be better. Like, that's not how it works.
Okay, solid. I just want to preface, yeah, I misunderstood your take on that. I thought it was more on the politically. I like to think I lean more liberally, but I do have certain conservative views more, or conservative aligning views more with the side of like 2A military spending, stuff like that. But no, I came in ignorant. That's my fault.
More beneficial to 2A than the Republicans.
I definitely agree. In some cases, there are some Democrat. I take this more. I apologize for my stuttering.
No, you're good.
But I do take this more as individual backed. Obviously, I'm kind of against like sweeping bans when it comes to 2A. Like I really like what Tellerico's doing. Big fan of what he's doing, where he wants to do more into punishing people selling illegal firearms and more raising age and essentially qualification to get what's considered assault weapons. So I do love that, and that's kind of more what I'm leaning towards.
Okay. All right. Well, I appreciate you. I'll drop you now.
Thank you.
Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you're friendly, tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart me. Hi. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
Yeah, I disagree with the background.
Okay. Which point do you disagree with?
You calling white men cowards and not victims?
Okay. Just to verify, are you a white man?
Yeah.
Okay. Why do you disagree with the premise that white men are cowards and not victims?
Because I mean, we subsidize everything. Everything comes from white men. We pay for everything, Medicaid, all these benefits that all these other races get, and everything comes from us. So how are we cowards?
Okay. Is that all you have?
I mean that would be just like the main point there. I mean, why would that make us cowardice? And that would make us a victim directly because we're being abused and taken advantage of.
Okay. You're just like literally wrong. When you talk about like subsidizing, like white men don't subsidize anything. If you talk about like these social safety nets, people love to pretend as if like minority groups, black people, undocumented immigrants, all these other people are the ones that are getting the actual benefits, but it's literally the white population that gets the majority of the benefits. Now, that is because they make up the majority of the country, but they're the ones that use the majority of the benefits as well. But that's not why I'm saying that they're victims. You said something that was interesting, though. I'm sorry, not they're cowards, not victims, but you said something interesting. You said everything comes from white men. What do you mean by that?
Yeah, so like the reason that this country is the way it is and why it's the best country in this world is a direct result of white people controlling everything and being in charge. And the reason that we do have these benefits are directly majority, I mean, you just admitted it, because of white men.
Okay. All right. So you think that our country is perfect and everything is great?
No, I didn't say it was perfect. I'm saying that the reason
that's
is
the question.
No, I didn't say it was. No, it's not perfect.
That we're like at least in a good place today?
Yeah, we're probably like one of the top 5 countries.
By what metric? Or how about this? This is a better one for you, so I can specify it. Can you name me one metric outside of our GDP and our military that the United States ranks #1 in the world for?
Not off the top of my head, no. But like everybody wants to come here. Well, why does everyone want to come here then?
For
you would have to explain that.
For a multitude of reasons, because the United States is a capitalistic society, and there's been this myth push that capitalism is beneficial for everyone. And so everyone thinks that for some reason, if you come to the country that, you know, New York City, if you can make it here, you can make it anywhere, crap like that, where that's just not true anymore. But the bigger reason is the United States of America destabilizes other countries, especially countries in the global South, and does like regime changes, cuts off access to resources, specifically like what's happening down in Cuba today. And it chokes off the ability for people to live in those other countries. And so they try to migrate to somewhere where they can have access to resources, jobs, and other things, i.e. the United States of America. So it's not about it actually being like just the best place in the world. It's literally for a lot of people better than the place that they are in because of the conditions that the United States has left their country in.
Well, I mean, is that not double right there? You just said it's not the best place in the world, but it is better than the place that these people live in. Like, so why aren't they picking some other country if there's other places that are better than America?
It depends on the access to get to said countries.
So like being able to like cross the border under Joe Biden and stuff like that.
No,
so whenever you can come over here and you can like
to Joe Biden, it's about like coming from let's say Venezuela or someplace like that where the United States has destabilized them, coming from like those areas, being able to migrate up through the southern border is much easier than like crossing the Atlantic and going to the UK, or crossing the Pacific and going to China or something.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, but if they were to come over here, they could just like just as easily like get to Canada. But I think it's more so that they can come over here and pilfer. Sorry, they can pilfer and they can target low income communities. They can take over these communities, and like whenever you go to like Los Angeles, you see entire sub communities of entire like Mexicans. You know, Mexicans control these areas completely. They're starting to get in power, and they're starting to replace white people.
How are they replacing white people?
Yeah, whenever they come over here, like, have you ever been to like a place on the southern border?
Yes.
It's like,
how are they replacing
Mexicans everywhere? Like, yeah, white people are being pushed out of those areas because the Mexicans come over there.
How are white people
and they
being
accept
pushed
those
out of those areas? What are they doing to push white people out of those areas?
They populate those areas, like they pile up in houses together.
They're pushing white people out by simply existing in the same area.
Yeah, and they're accepting low-income jobs and making the job market worse.
White people are making the decision to leave because the area is no longer majority white.
Is it easier to employ an immigrant that will accept a low-income job or an American that won't accept a low-income job?
I'm not sure what that has to do with what we're saying, but
they're making the job market harder there.
Oh, they're not. Because if you really cared about the job market, then you would do two things. One, you would put a focus on the actual employers and companies that are undercutting the American people and hiring those laborers for less, right? And two, you would actually advocate for mass amnesty across the country, which would give not only those productive members of society who are paying into the United States tax system and providing so much to our country a pathway to citizenship, but then it removes the threat of deportation, which removes the ability for those corporations and employers to pay them less and undercut the American population. So I think your misguided anger is positioned in the wrong people. You should be looking at the ultra wealthy instead of the undocumented immigrants that's just trying to survive.
So you're telling me that an undocumented alien comes over here and them populating, well, however you want to do it, whatever safe word you want to use, them coming over here and not
an alien. That's not a safe word. That's just what I'm saying. That's the word we're going to use on my platform.
Well, I mean, it's a safe word to like make it seem like this less dehumanizing, I guess. Whatever you want to use, that's fine. Undocumented, what is it? Undocumented person or whatever it is. Okay, yeah. Well, you're denying the fact that them coming over here in mass and populating these areas and taking over all these jobs, you're denying the fact that it harms the job market in the U.S. You're just saying that doesn't harm the job market here.
I'm saying that if you actually cared about the job market being harmed and you cared about the mass migration, then you would give legal pathway to citizenships, which would eliminate the ability for companies and corporations to hire those individuals by undercutting the American citizens. People coming into the country is not a new thing, and them being able to live in the country, like they've literally added more to the United States the United States as a whole than they've actually taken. There was a comprehensive study that was completed by the Cato Institute that showed over a 30-year history, all immigration and even more so undocumented immigrants has been debt reducing as a whole. The undocumented immigrants to the tune of about $1.47 trillion has reduced the United States debt. So point being is they've been a positive impact on the country as a whole.
But you don't deny that they compete in the job market and make it harder on Americans. I'm willing to accept everything you just said, and I accept that they have a net positive.
I mean, yes, I agree. They come in, they take these positions, prop up positions. I'm sorry, they prop up industries that a lot of people don't want to actually engage in, including the service industry, the construction industry, and the farming industry. And so they actually prop up those industries. But again, this is nothing new when it comes to the United States of America. The funny thing about this is the only reason that people have like a real issue with this is because of the wealth disparities, wealth gap that's currently within the United States, which has been made worse by like the Republican Party and the ultra wealthy. Question for you, Chris. When has the United States of America not had a free or cheap labor class?
I mean, free? I don't think there's ever been a free
labor class. When have they not had a free or cheap labor class?
Well, the last free labor class would be slavery, but there's always been a cheap labor class, sure.
Okay, so there's never been a point within the country's history where they have not had a free or cheap labor class.
Probably not.
Okay, perfect. So understanding that there has never been a point where there was a free or cheap labor class, there was not, but there has been a point in history where no matter what that free or cheap labor class was, they weren't vilifying them, saying that they shouldn't be here. Now, what has happened since the premise of like trickle down economics during Reagan's administration?
What do you mean? What has happened? I mean, wages are decreasing, I guess.
Yeah,
or they're not keeping up with the current
is no longer
economic
on
structure.
track with the cost of living. Cost of living has exploded. And then with the cost of living exploding, federal minimum wages stayed the same. You add on the massive tax cuts that have occurred under like the second Bush administration, where he gave massive tax cuts, started 2 wars, and dumped us into a recession. Barack Obama had to get us out of the recession, get the country back on track. And then Donald Trump came in and gave massive tax cuts with the TCJA. Then we had an actual pandemic. Biden had to lead us out of the pandemic and stabilize the country. And then Donald Trump has then again given massive tax cuts to the ultra wealthy and overseeing the largest transfer of wealth in United States history with the passing of the One Big Beautiful Bill. And so now the wealth gap, which has always been widening since the implementation of trickle-down economics, has exploded. And so since there has been an explosion of the wealth gap, the people who not only are making their dollars go less, or don't go as far, are now being overtaxed by the increase in prices, the actual tariffs that are placed on the American citizens, and not understanding how the economy works or the global economy. And so they're looking to vilify the brown people that are coming from other countries looking for a better life, saying that, oh, these people coming into the country, they're the ones that's making the job market unfair and costing people jobs and money, but not looking at the ultra wealthy who throughout this entire thing have continued to get wealthy. Hey, Chris, question for you. Do you know how much % of the global wealth is held?
Can I just respond here?
Do you know how much of the global wealth is held by the top 18 richest people on earth?
Majority of it.
Almost 80%. So can you tell me how are the
And two
undocumented
things.
immigrants
Can I
coming
ask you a
into the
question?
country,
Can I ask you a
the
question?
undocumented immigrants coming into the
Can I
country
just pep-
who are forced to take lower wages, how are they the problems and not the ultra wealthy that are hoarding all of the resources?
I'd just like to pepper in here. You're saying these things as if these two problems can't coexist, right? Let's say I accept your logic and
the
say
actual problem is the one that I'm talking about, and the people that benefit from the problem that I'm talking about is weaponizing you to focus on the problem that you're talking about. I'm talking about the real issue. You're talking about what you think your issue is because it's your feelings. If you and I could get on the same page and target the ultra wealthy, then we would be benefited in a multitude of ways, and we wouldn't even have to worry about undocumented immigrants. I'm telling you, your problem is not a problem. You just hate brown people because they told you to.
Well, let me ask you a question here. Let's say we had a magic wand. We could remove every undocumented person from America, remove all these like Medicaid, EBT, like all these people's like that are piggybacking off working people like me. All these people, we had a magic wand. We could remove the subsidization of all these benefits these people are taking advantage of, right? Would that not plunge America into a positive? What do you mean?
Wait, you know you're conflating things, right?
How?
Or if you're removing undocumented immigrants and you're taking away social safety nets from Americans. Why would you do both of those?
Well, would it benefit America to not have to subsidize these people?
No. Why would it benefit
the job market would go up if we removed all
hold on. Who are you
immigrants?
who do you think are getting who do you think are getting these benefits?
People who don't work.
Why do those people not work?
Because it's like built into because their mama's mama did it.
No,
and their mom did it. And that's how it works. It trickles down.
You literally don't know how things work, and you for some reason. Oh my God, it's capitalism.
What do you mean?
It's literally capitalism. You're sitting here perpetuating some idea that all of these people that are getting some type of benefits, they're the ones that are the problem, and they're like causing all this issue. It's not. It's literally not. I'm sitting here telling you that the ultra wealthy are the ones that have continued to actually benefit. Hey, did you know that Donald Trump?
They worked for their money, man. They worked for their money.
Did you know that Donald Trump, with the passing of the One Big Beautiful Bill, has officially cut 700,000 children off of SNAP
their parents
benefits?
Should be able to pay for that. Their parents should be able to feed them and clothe them. If not, they shouldn't have babies.
Chris, see, this is the problem, right?
Why is it fair for people to go out and have babies?
I'm tell you to shut up now, because now you're getting into
people like me to pay for them.
Chris, I'm muting you. That was me. I don't care that you don't want to feed kids. You can be a piece of shit in silence. I don't care about that aspect. You sitting here and trying to justify removing children from access to food because you have a problem with their parents. Hey, Chris, are you a parent?
No, I'm not.
Oh,
I don't.
Oh, so you're not a parent.
I'm going to take care of a child.
You're not a parent.
But it's okay for these people to pilfer. It's okay for these people to pilfer.
No, they don't pilfer shit. You just don't know anything. Chris, I'm sorry, but this is what I'm just going to be really honest with you, because I got the honest thing up here in the background. Chris, you are a low IQ individual that is easily scared. You don't understand how taxes work. You don't understand the allocations of resources. You don't understand who's making the money, where's the money's going. You just see brown people and people that are getting things. You think my tax dollar shouldn't go. Hey, Chris, question for you. You're a tax paying American, right?
Yeah.
Chris, tell me what percentage of your actual state taxes go to the upkeep of any type of parks and facilities in your local community?
Too much.
No, that's not the answer. Tell me the percentage.
Okay, so I can't name this hyper-specific random
so
percentage.
You can't, okay, fine.
Which means
don't worry about that. Don't worry about that one. Don't worry about that one, Chris. Chris, don't worry about that one. Tell me what percentage.
No, I just don't understand your logic. If I could just respond here.
Tell me what.
I can't name this random.
You already said that you don't have it. Fine. Tell me what percentage. Tell me what percentage of your taxes are allocated towards the actual Department of War spending. What percentage?
So this is your logic. Right. We spend money to protect our country.
Tell me what percentage.
If we didn't spend money to protect our country,
I don't care about your false patriotism. You're not a patriot. Shut up. Stop running. What percentage of your federal taxes are allocated to the Department of War for that spending? What percentage?
I pay whatever it takes to protect this country.
Oh, that's not the question. So the answer is you don't know. Perfect. Chris, how about this? How about this? I'll make it real easy. I'll make it real easy. Can you tell me what percentage?
No pilfering.
Can you tell me what percentage of any of your taxes are allocated to any specific government entity? Any percentage of any of your taxes?
The fact is, and I'm being taxed, right? Do I know that I'm being taxed?
No?
Do I know that I'm being taxed?
Can you tell me?
I'm being taxed to pay for other people's kids.
Can you tell me? Wait. That's not the question.
Other people that don't work.
Can you tell me? Can you tell me where any of your tax? Can you tell me what percent? Chris, you're crashing. You're crashing. You're crashing. You're crashing. See, look, this is why I take advantage of
white
men are cowards and not victims. You're screaming victim while being a coward. by you're blaming poor people and immigrants instead of you. You're literally a cuck for a billionaire. You're literally being cucks for billionaires. You don't even see it. Like the billionaires are the ones that are bending you over with no lube, and you're just saying, yes, daddy, may I have another one? You're not paying attention. You're so worried about looking down that you don't see that the fucking sky is falling. You're stupid.
Are you denying that they come over here and they target and they take advantage of our system? Are you denying that?
Yes, I'm denying that.
You're saying that there's nobody taking advantage of
me how specifically.
Food stamps.
Tell me how specifically.
Yeah, project housing. Who
tell me how specifically
lives in the project? Who lives in project housing?
No. You brought it up. Perfect. Give me a specific government benefit, a federal government benefit that is allocated to undocumented immigrants.
That was in reference to American citizens. But you can look at states like Colorado.
Okay.
It's not federal, but states,
okay. Wait. If you're talking about American citizens, if you're talking about American citizens, perfect. Okay, cool. Give me one social safety net that proves that there is fraud within that government social safety net that's higher than the amount of fraud that was present when passing out the PPP loans.
That's just your own personal standard. I have to reach.
No. That's not my personal standard. I'm saying
yes, I have to reach that personal standard.
I'm saying if there's actual funds that were allocated, if there was actual funds allocated where millionaires and billionaires were able to exploit that, and we were able to directly find fraud, there should at least be another government entity where there are millions of people who have more access to it. And so there should be higher levels of fraud. So give me one government social safety net that reaches the same level of fraud as the PPP loans.
Yeah, in your eyes, it has to reach this certain number or has to outdo this other number for it to be a problem. That's not how that works.
No,
that is your own personal standard. That is your own personal standard that you're making up, right?
You're literally
it has to reach this random personal standard.
You're literally the problem. Right. Chris, you don't know things.
No, I'm not.
Yes,
people who take advantage of the working class are the problem.
No, you know who's taking advantage of the working class? The ultra wealthy.
Yeah, people in the projects, people getting EBT, people getting
Chris,
food
what state
stamps.
do you live in?
I don't want to say.
No, why? Why can't you say what state? Not city.
I don't want to say.
Just the state.
I'm not comfortable.
I'm sure you're not, because you're a coward. I said that you're a coward. You're proving right now you're a coward.
How? By saying that it's also a problem?
No, because
okay, billionaires are a problem. I accept
you got on the internet and you're saying all this ridiculous shit, and you're so scared that you won't even say your state. Your state, not your city.
You're saying billionaires are a problem, but it's also not a problem that they take.
Chris, answer the fucking question. What state do you live in?
These people can sit at home and not work.
Answer the question.
Well, because of the billionaires.
Answer the question.
It's always the billionaire's fault.
Answer the question.
It's the working man's fault.
You stop bootlicking billionaires. You're so fucking stupid. You don't even remember. You don't even know. Hey,
it's not a problem.
Question for you.
I got a question for you.
How much?
Let me ask you a question.
How much did the company Palantir, a $1 billion company that has government contracts and actually just received a $10 billion government contract in 2025, how much taxes did they pay in 2025?
Hey, probably more than the people sitting on their ass collecting EBT.
The answer is $0. So you're wrong. So, question, Chris.
They paid $0 in taxes.
Palantir paid $0 in taxes.
Are they a nonprofit?
No. Do you not know who Palantir is?
How are they paying $0 in taxes? You can't profit billions.
You know who Palantir is?
You can't profit billions.
Yes, you can.
You can't
just don't know. Chris, stop. Your stupidity is showing. Just stop for a second.
It's okay.
Just stop for a second.
You stop for a second.
No, this is my live, and you don't know things. Like, both of those things are working against you. If you knew something, I could understand it. If this was your live, I could understand it. But you don't know anything, and it's my live. So stop. There are plenty of companies, $1 billion companies, that don't pay taxes. Palantir is one of them. Palantir is a weapons manufacturing company that's headed up by Peter Thiel. Do you know who Peter Thiel is?
Why do they pay $0 in taxes?
Do you know who Peter Thiel is?
I don't know this random person. Does that mean you won the debate?
Peter Thiel.
Like, I don't understand this personal
Peter Thiel is one of the wealthiest men on earth. He is a billionaire that came from the PayPal mafia. The PayPal mafia is an entity that originally invested in PayPal, and now all of them are billionaires that are spread out through the tech industry, including Elon Musk. Now, the interesting thing about Palantir, do you know who JD Vance is?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Do you know who
a damn
paid,
good vice president?
Sure. Do you know who paid for his college education?
No.
Peter Thiel. Do you know who actually placed JD Vance in his first and second startup companies in Silicon Valley?
Why do you keep asking these random questions about these hyper-specific scenarios? I don't know.
Do you know who placed JD Vance in
No,
his
does that
first,
mean you want to debate?
Perfect. Peter Thiel. Peter Thiel. Do you know who recommended JD Vance to be Donald Trump's vice president from the Heritage Foundation?
Peter Thiel.
That's right. So now Peter Thiel has installed a loyalist that he's groomed into the United States government, and now has one of the largest weapons manufacturing and companies in the world that has been given full access to the United States military and additional contracts, and now is paying $0 in taxes in 2025. Now, can you help me understand?
Is that because the government?
Can you help me understand how a billionaire who has a multi-billion-dollar company, it's justified to not only have them have direct influence over the government with a through line by installing the vice president of the United States of America, but also has a company that benefits from government subsidies while paying $0 in taxes? How is that a good thing?
Yeah, one would only assume that the government and America are benefiting from this thing that they're creating. If the government didn't have any type of benefit from this thing,
why are you assuming that? Give me facts. Why are you assuming?
Yeah, because the government doesn't just tax people $0 on billions of dollars that they make for no reason.
Give me facts. Stop assuming stuff. I don't care about your assumptions.
So is the government benefiting from Palantir? Yes or no?
No.
They're not. So
all these the reason why I say that is because there's a multitude of actual weapons manufacturers that they could lean on. Palantir is definitely one, but there's no overwhelming benefits from Palantir that they couldn't get from other companies that would pay taxes.
Okay, well, a lot of your arguments are created in fallacy. You like to take one thing and say, "Hey, I can erase everything. I can erase." I'll tell you why.
Wait.
You like to take one thing.
Shut up. Me talking about factual.
See, I can't even respond. You're afraid.
Me talking about factual information is a fallacy. How is me talking about factual information a fallacy?
Yeah, if I could just finish my point here without being interrupted, is that okay?
Yeah, and
you take one thing.
Please call out the point that the only reason that I said that they can substitute one company for another is because your question after I laid out facts.
Yeah, you take one metric and you erase all the other benefits. You say America's not benefiting from this weapons company because they could buy from other weapons companies. That's not how that works, right?
Why did I bring that
up? Is the point, the whole fallacy. You say,
why did I bring that up?
This one metric erases all the other benefits from your point here.
Chris, why did I bring that up?
Man, why did I bring that up? You want people to not work in America.
What was your question?
You like paying?
What was your question?
You like for working people to pay for people?
Shut up. You are the ones, you're literally the ones doing that. You're supporting Donald Trump that raised taxes on everyday Americans. You're supporting billionaires not paying taxes. You're literally a boot-licking cuck. That's it.
We need more money to subsidize
these. Stupid. Like when I tell you the fucking Dunning-Kruger, it's infuriating. It's infuriating to actually know shit and then talk to people that don't know shit. But they speak as if they know shit. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you are a friendly, tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart me. It's only one coin and will boost the live and push us out to the FYP. Guys, can we knock out the donuts? Also, I got some thank yous. I'm going to read those off in just one moment. But if you like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat. I will read that out. Guys, look up in the corner right here. If you see the word follow, that means you're not following me. Hit that follow button. Hit that follow button. Turn on notifications so you know when we go live. We go live all the time. So please, please, please hit that follow button. We got 78 new followers so far on the stream. And I know for a fact that we should have more than that. All right. Please, please, please hit that follow button. This person isn't loading. Hey, that was in the chat for Jane of all trades. I appreciate the hell out of you. This person isn't loading. Awesome. W's in the chat for Jared. God damn, Jared. Jared sent another $50 donation. Said, can you please talk about the troops on Snap? Thanks. Thank you. Yeah, of course. There's a majority of United States troops that have to get SNAP benefits. And it arises a lot due to the pay structure of the United States military, and also, I mean, if you're going to be honest, like a lack of financial literacy. But then there's anytime there's a government shutdown and people aren't being paid, the troops are normally the ones that are hit the hardest because of the shoestring budget that they do live on. And so they have a need to actually go ahead and apply for SNAP benefits. And then even more so, there are certain times where they are placed in situations where they can't live on base, and they I think there was a housing credit that was eliminated, so they can't actually get so they didn't get like the housing credit, and it shifted the cost of their living with the additional like cost of living that made them have to qualify for SNAP benefits. So it's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. W's in chat for Jared for the $50 donation. W's in the chat for Ivy for the $6.01 donation, saying, good morning, Santana. Happy Pride Month. It's my birthday today. Happy birthday. And I can't wait to watch you cook these MFers. No entertainment quite as satisfying like watching stupid little boys get hysterical over being proven wrong. Anyways, lots of love to you. Thank you so much. And happy birthday again. Ivy W's in chat for Marie for the $3.33 donation, saying, I'm 30 seconds into this guy and I already know that this is one for the jar. Ass hat. It was. He was so bad. He was so bad. W's in the chat for Patricia for the $5 donation, saying, have you worked on you have to work to get benefits. It's required. I don't know why I kept trying to position that as a question. That's true. Like you do. W's in chat for Marie for the $1 donation. Tell him he's also telling him he's a P word for living his entire life based on a big bads and fear. These people are terrified of everything. They'll give up their own well-being because someone is rich tells them to be afraid. Like, the point that I couldn't get past is the fact that he could not stop bending over for billionaires. And that's like the weirdest shit. The people that pretend that like billionaires are altruistic and they're the ones that are actually benefiting the country the most, it's the wildest shit. I don't get it. And it's just not true. Like, it's crazy. It's crazy. W's in the chat for Luis for the $1.29 donation, saying, did Chris really say that he has no kids when his profile says he's a father of 6? What? You are lying. Did his profile say he was a father of 6? Did it really say that? Did his profile really say he was a father of 6? Ain't no fucking way. Oh, he was just a lying, disingenuous piece of shit. Got it. That makes more sense. That makes more sense. Debbie's in the chat for or you said don't know how you put up with guys like him on a daily. You do amazing work. Literally, when I tell you today, I've been trying to be really calm, trying not to yell. I think I did an okay job, but like some of them are just the fucking worst. Debbie's in chat for Stephanie for the $10 donation, saying Chris is one bad accident from needing a safety net. Exactly, like that's the wildest shit. Debbie's in the chat for Tommy for the $10 donation, saying you and Parker roasted that guy. Yes, we did. It wasn't even fucking close. Debbie's in the chat for Miss Icon for the $5 Canadian, says call guest a professional victim. Yeah, he was absolutely a professional victim. I'm sorry. If I would have saw that, then I would have made sure, I hit him with it. I would have made sure. Debbie's in the chat as well for Sin. Hey, Sin, for the $9.99 YouTube super chat to say, sad how they don't realize a lot of people don't work because they literally can't. Does he want to take benefits away from elderlies and those with disabilities? Honestly, he probably does. Like, honestly, no lie. The bullshit that he was on, I wouldn't have been shocked. Debbie's in the chat for Orasama Mama for the $10 super chat to say, I'm 100% good with my taxes feeding children. I don't care how much their parents do or do not make, or how much they do or do not work. Feed all the children, period. Sincerely, taxpaying mother. Exactly. Like, that's the grossest part to all of this shit. I really don't care. I legitimately don't care about my tax dollars going towards feeding kids. I don't care. Like you guys don't have a shit. You don't have a problem with your tax dollars going towards bombing and killing babies. But Lord forbid, we got to feed kids. You guys don't have a problem with your tax dollars literally giving subsidies and tax breaks to billionaires. But if you want to give kids an extra couple of pieces of fruit and some like meat and cheese, you lose your shit. It's so crazy. It's so crazy. Hi, Vicky, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
I'm a Trump supporter. Wait, let me read your background. Hold on.
Give me 2 seconds, okay? Debbie's in the chat for Zumba for the $19.99 super chat to say food stamps was created during the Great Depression to feed those people who didn't, so they don't die of starvation. If they're taking away, millions of people are going to starve to death who get food stamps, work and pay into the program. Exactly. And Debbie's in the chat for Activista. Hey, Activista, for the $5 super chat to say, I noticed your new calmer technique is working. No, it's not even really a new technique. I just didn't feel like I don't want to yell. Like, it's like there's no reason to yell, and like I don't want to crash out, but people are stupid. Debbie's in the chat for Tammy for the $10 donation, saying Chris drove me insane. I'm on SSDI, and I want to tell everyone how hard it is to get. I worked for 35 years and then became disabled. It makes my blood boil when they say that I just sit at home. Everyone is one illness or accident away from needing help. And this is from Mamazon. Mamazon arrives. Debbie's in chat for Mamazon, and Debbie's in chat for Kelly for the $1 donation. Husband got a job dissolved. I work for my family of 5, yet finding ourselves needing SNAP until he's employed. People need to stop judging. Exactly. Like, and I'll say this, I am literally a beneficiary of SNAP benefits. Like, growing up, that was one of the things that helped me be able to make it day in and day out, be able to attend school, to graduate high school, go to college, and become a better person and an active member of society. And the craziest thing about all of this is one of the biggest way that people have been lifted out of poverty over the last 30 years has been from SNAP benefits. And people talking about cutting SNAP benefits would be a good thing. It literally lifts people out of poverty. Anyway, W's in chat for all the donations. If anyone would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks For You. Santana Speaks For You is the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat, and I will read that out. All right, Vic, you said that you're a Trump supporter.
Why are your supporters so hateful? Like, I just came up here and then everybody's already crashing out in the comments. Like, I haven't even get my argument yet.
What do you want to?
Why are you calling? Well, y'all are trolls. Like, what?
What do you want to debate, Yicky Vicky?
That's not my name. Can you read?
That is your name.
Can you read?
I can read.
Like my TikTok name is 5 letters, not like fucking 9.
Icky, lay out your debate. What do you want to debate?
Why do you not support Trump? Like, out of the 2 options that we had, clearly the better option.
Racist,
like,
sexist,
if you don't want what's best for the
fascist, he is raped women. He has overwhelmingly destroyed the fabric of our country. He's made people like you stupid. Well, I take that back.
What do you mean? No. What do you mean people like me?
So people like you. He's
What do you
made
mean?
people
What do you mean?
like you. He's made people like you comfortable with how stupid you are. And I think that's like one of the worst things that he's possibly done. For some reason, you guys think that just because you have like a thought bubble that you have to express those thoughts without actually verifying any factual information. And that's harmful. Like thinking that we should live solely off of our feelings without engaging with any type of factual information, that doesn't make sense. So like, that's why I hate Trump. He's like one of the worst entities to ever exist.
I don't know. Like you're throwing out a lot of assumptions here. Like I do speak knowing that my beliefs are based in evidence. Like you're saying here that I just speak like BS propaganda that I hear. I don't base my beliefs with evidence, but that is what I do. You don't even know me yet to make that assumption.
Donald Trump has done to positively impact the United States economy since taking office.
Well, that was not my argument. First of all,
that's fine. You said
we live in
you're supporting him, right?
And I'm telling you why.
Okay, no, I don't care about quote unquote why. I'm looking for any type of tangible thing that we can quantify that's been beneficial.
Yeah, and I'm giving you that tangible thing that
so if you can't benefit, if you can't name an actual economic benefit, that's fine. How about this? Can you give me one?
I can. I'm just taking this one at a time.
Okay, then give me one economic benefit that has occurred since Donald Trump has taken office.
I was gonna base this by saying, first of all, America's a Christian country.
You're literally pontificating. I don't care about that. Give me the economic benefit.
Does there have to be an economic benefit for him to be a good president?
No, but the question was, can you give me one positive economic benefit that has occurred since he has taken office?
I can, but after I tell you why I support him, right? Holy shit, Santana. Like, I can't even make my argument without you like trying to
have an argument.
I'm telling you,
trying to talk around the answer to the question.
No, the first thing you asked me, do I support Trump? I said yes, and I'm telling you why I support Trump. You didn't ask me what benefits
I just wanted
Trump
to know,
have.
do you? That was like the only prerequisite was, do you support Trump or disagree with something on the background? There was never a question as far as why. I literally said, do you support Trump or is there something on the background? Now, you wanting to tell me why is not something that I requested. What I did request, though, is for you to tell me one positive benefit to the economy that has occurred since Donald Trump has taken office.
You got it, Santana. Since you want to be a misogynist grifter, like, you got it. You got it.
Okay.
He's been good for gas prices, the war in Iran. We're benefiting. We're getting a lot of oil back.
Gas prices have continued to increase under his administration due to the actual war that he started with Iran.
Yeah, I was actually in the middle. I was in the middle of telling you that, and you cut me off.
Yeah, sure. Tell me how he's been beneficial to gas prices since gas prices has risen due to the war with Iran.
So I think about like 50-60% of the globe gets their oil from Iran. Like Iran is like the main source. I said I think.
Okay.
Did you not hear that part? I said
I don't really care about what you think. I would like to know what you know. And what you know is things that you can prove. So,
well, that first part wasn't even relevant to my argument.
Okay, so then don't make that statement. Please don't. I'm very much a stickler about numbers, and when people throw out numbers,
bro, calm down. It's 12. It's 12 in the afternoon. Like the day barely started. You don't have to be so worked up. Like the day just started.
Like no, your day may have just started, but mine hasn't. But see, this is the thing, right? I know that you I know who you are. Right. But you confuse me for someone who entertains or suffers fools. I don't suffer fools. And while I may actually be in other spaces and places.
Why am I a fool? Like you don't even know me.
With people that suffer fools and find it entertaining to have a returning character who provides no substance. I don't enjoy that here. I don't enjoy people who provide no substance, especially to the platform and my community where we are all about substance. So if you have no substance to add, you may leave, or you can give me the actual substance of your argument and we can engage in it. I don't care which one, but you have to pick.
So can I finish my
entertaining.
argument? I'm not here to entertain you. I'm literally here to talk.
Okay, then
why is that so hard to understand? I'm literally trying to do that right now. And I was saying that the U.S. is like an oil-driven country. Like, we get a lot of our money from oil manufacturing, and Iran is helping us with that.
The biggest way that we actually
okay, well, nobody really cares. Like, you get the point.
That's fine. That the war in Iran has not yielded positive the oil selling benefits from the United States of America. That's not a thing. The two countries that have benefited the most from the oil as far as the global conflict with Iran has been Iran and Russia. Those are the two countries that have benefited the most. The United States of America has ceded multiple negative impacts because of the conflict. Now, that also doesn't account for the fact that the United States doesn't, even though we drill oil, we don't refine and use said oil that we drill. We literally sell it internationally. So that's why we're seeing such a high spike of oil prices within the United States of America. So you said that Donald Trump is doing something.
That's all just temporary, and like Trump is sourcing oil from multiple other.
Beneficial for the oil prices. I would like for you to tell me how the oil prices or gas prices could be a good thing when they've increased due to Donald Trump's unwarranted attack of Israel. I'm not sorry, not Israel, but Iran with Israel.
Bro, you're getting your shit mixed up, and that was the weirdest shit I ever seen. You just kissed the TikTok gift. But I was saying that Trump knows what he's doing. He's getting like his oil from a bunch of different countries. He's getting oil from Iran. He's getting oil from Cuba. He's getting oil from Venezuela.
Oh, you don't
and it's
know
all
shit,
coming back to the.
You don't know,
and it's all coming back to the.
Did you just say that they're getting oil from Cuba? Did you just say they're getting oil from Cuba?
We're getting oil from all places, and it's helping.
How are they getting oil from Cuba when there's a blockade and Cuba doesn't have? You're stupid. Holy smokes!
God damn, Santana! Like, why are you so heated?
Anything? You are you really comfortable being in front of thousands of people and like knowing nothing?
Like, I know something. That's why I'm up here talking right now. That's why I'm up here talking right now, because I do know something.
You said we're getting oil from Cuba. Hold on 1 second. Sorry. Chat, please do not put that in the No Child Left Behind. That is an ableist thing. Do not do that. We do not do that here. Do not do that. You guys know better than that. Please do not do that. How can you be comfortable getting on TikTok Live in front of thousands of people and like saying things that are just vehemently wrong? Like, why would you be comfortable with that?
Nobody said that. I'm literally just telling you what I know.
Okay. Can you give me one source citing that we are getting oil from Cuba?
Nah, probably not.
Okay. This is your last opportunity. Can you provide anything of any substance?
I'm on my phone. Like, I don't have two big ass TV screens in front of me. Like,
can you provide anything of any substance to this debate? If not, then just leave.
I'm actively doing that. Like, that's what I'm doing right now.
You're really not. Like, you're really not. And again, I don't know if you think it's cute or if it's funny or if you're entertaining or if this is for attention or if you're doing this to like rage bait or whatever the case may be. But again, I want to be very, very clear. I do not suffer fools. I know I have friends that suffer fools, but I am not one that suffers fools. I am looking for substance. And if you do not have substance, then please leave.
Just because you disagree with it does not mean that it's not substantial. Like, I'm telling you stuff that I got.
Substantiate what you said.
What specifically?
You said that we're getting oil from Cuba. I want you to substantiate that.
I said like 2 or 3 places.
Yeah, you said we're getting oil from Cuba. I want you to substantiate that.
I said Cuba, Venezuela, and Iran.
Yes, I want you to substantiate that we are getting oil from Cuba.
Oh, so you're just trying to hone in on Cuba?
Yes, because we don't get oil from Cuba. Now, I want you to substantiate that.
Maybe Trump was trying to get oil from Cuba, but I'll check that out then. It might have been a failed attempt, but like, who knows?
I know.
Right? Who knows?
I know. The people in my chat know. Like anyone who
The people in your chat are clueless.
No.
Like
you
clueless
are.
morons.
You
They
are,
don't know
Vicky.
anything.
Again, I'm being very generous and lenient right now by like not kicking you or even putting a bounty on you because I don't want to do that. I really would like for you to either provide substance or leave. I don't care which one, but I need you to do one. Either provide substance or leave.
So you just want me to substantiate that Cuba, we're not getting oil from Cuba.
You said that we're getting oil from Cuba. I want you to substantiate that.
And then I said like a minute ago that it might have been a failed attempt.
Okay.
By Trump.
Okay, then prove that we tried to get oil from them and there was a failed attempt.
Okay. All right. I'll be back in like a minute or two. I don't have like two screens in front of me the way you do. You could look it up yourself, right? Like
if you leave, you're not coming back up. I don't care. Like you can leave,
That's
but
fine.
You're not coming back up. Then leave. Leave.
No, like you're saying it like it's a threat. Like I really don't care.
Yeah.
That's what
Okay,
I'm trying
then
to say.
leave.
You said if I leave the live or if I like go
telling you,
cut.
if you leave, I will not let you back up because you have no substance. Why would I bring you back up? You don't provide anything to the live.
Why don't you look it up? You have two screens in front of you.
Do you?
No, I just said I don't care. Like, okay, whatever.
Source, I was going to put it on the screen, but I'm not going to go looking for something that I know does not exist. That's stupid, and I refuse to engage in stupidity.
If you know it doesn't exist, then like, why waste your time like trying to argue?
Exactly, because you're the one arguing the stupid point, and I want to make you realize that you're being stupid by saying something that's not true.
Maybe that, or you're being hard-headed, right? Right?
Either substantiate your claim or leave.
I got you, little bro. I got you. Give me a second.
W's in the chat for Otama's mama, who became a late night tuber. Oh, wait. And then you sent a $2 YouTube super chat, say it's pronounced Asana. Wait, Asana? Atsana. Holy smokes. Atsana. W's in the chat. I know I'm still probably messing that up. I'm sorry. W's in the chat for Tiffany for the $10 YouTube super chat said, excuse me. I'm sorry. Said, I became an instant supporter of yours since you started watching a couple of months ago. I learned something new from you every day. I love this community and what you do. Happy Pride Month. Happy Pride Month. Happy Pride Month. And thank you so much. It makes me really happy that you were actually here engaging and want to be a part of our community and even getting anything from it. That means the world to me. Thank you. W's in chat for One Mighty Pen for the one cheer bit. And said, as Jess Delmore says,
hello,
like poverty, not the poor. W's in the chat for
I found
Anonymous
it.
for the one gifted sub over on Twitch. W's in the chat for Anonymous, who sent another one gifted sub on Twitch. W's in the chat for Anonymous, who sent another gifted sub over on Twitch. W's in the chat for Manders for the one cheer bit. It said, it's unforgivable to be this ignorant while having access to the internet. Go away, insufferable woman. That was from Manders. W's in the chat for Manders.
What did I do? Damn.
Insufferable. My community doesn't like
That's a code.
No, my community doesn't like stupidity. Like they've been begging to put a
Y'all are
bounty on you,
coping real
and
bad.
I've been ignoring them. They don't like you.
What does that mean? Put a bounty on me. What does that mean? Is that a threat?
No, it's a fuck around and find out situation. Don't worry about it. W's in chat for Angela for the $5 donation saying, let me start the kick fun off. This gaslighting queen. Calling you misogynistic for not agreeing with.
I'm not gaslighting.
I am inherently misogynistic because I am a man, and I constantly work to depack my misogyny. And I don't think that she was wrong with her statement. I do think she was wrong as far as her reasoning behind saying it, but like her statement wasn't wrong.
Bro, your fan base is a cult. Holy shit, your fan base is.
I don't have a fan base. That's weird. We're a community. I don't do fans. Like,
That's a cute way to say fan base. I don't know.
This is the problem, Vicky. I'm gonna mute you because, like, again, no substance. You are used to engaging with other people in other spaces and places, and I promise you, this is not the same thing. Like, this is literally what we do here is different than any other place that you've been. And I'm telling you, you don't understand how things work. You don't understand what we do. You don't understand how we interact. So with that being said, how about you stop talking while I'm saying thank you, and then you allow me to finish, and I will give you the floor so you can give me that source. But until then, stop being rude and speaking while I'm speaking. Please and thank you.
Go ahead and grab floor, bro. Go ahead and go ahead and
chat for Marie for the $1 donation. Saying, don't forget, he's using $5 million in tax money, taxpayers' money to paint for 4 horse statues in gold in DC. Really, I didn't know that. Because apparently, Make America Tacky Again should be funded by us. I did not fucking know that. You are lying. W's in the chat for just Devin for the $2 donation. People don't want tax dollars going to USAID to help people overseas and say it's because we need to help our own first, but then they want to eliminate programs to help our own too. They're just selfish assholes and they don't want to help people. Facts. W's in chat for Mark for the $5 donation saying, hey man, love your show. You're super intelligent, but I notice a flaw in your logic. You want to talk to people who know things, yet your channel is dedicated to talking to Trump supporters. See the problem? Yeah, and see, like, that's literally why I open it up to people who disagree with something on the background. I don't like to, like, pigeonhole them into debates as far as, like, specifically being Trump supporters. That's why, like, I put topics on the background that are engaging outside of Trump. You know, so yeah, I get it, Mark. I get it. I see the failure, but I hope for the best. W's in chat for Mike for the $2 donation saying, caller, you don't know shit, and you don't seem to care that you don't know shit. That's why we don't like you. Fucking W's in the chat, and massive fucking W's in the chat for Stephanie. Hey Vicky, can you say W's in the chat for Stephanie?
Don't ever ask me that BS again.
I'm pretty sure you might want to, because Stephanie actually did something beneficial for you. So
what did Stephanie do that was beneficial for me?
I'm going to tell you, but before I do, can you just say W's in the chat for Stephanie?
No, I'm good. Your chat can give her W's, right?
This is specifically for you. I'm telling you, Stephanie just like,
bro, get to the point. I'm not saying thank you. Get to the point.
Stephanie just gave you the biggest amount of grace. Why
All
can't
right,
you
tell me how.
Like, what's your problem? Do you have an issue
Tell me
with being
how.
a decent human being?
Tell me how Stephanie helped me. You're like,
No,
you're just trolling.
like you can't say thank you. Like you have, like, again, I'm not sure what you're used to, but this is not what we do here.
Oh my God, I get it, bro. I get it. Holy shit, I get it.
We're not ignorant. I'm telling you that people here in the community look to help people within the community. And I'm telling you, Stephanie just helped you. But instead of saying W Stephanie, which is super simple, you're going on this whole like rebellious type of deal because you're indoctrinated into being so negative. Like, damn, that's so weird that you take this disposition that everything is like a negative. You can't even say W Stephanie. That's so
your whole fucking fan base hates me. So why would I expect? Why would I expect to say W Stephanie and then she's gonna say something like
beneficial? I promise you she didn't say anything bad. Can you just say W Stephanie so we can move forward?
I'll tell you this. I'm not going to take your word on it. So feel free to read it out. Just go ahead and read it out.
Either W Stephanie, I'm just going to kick you. I don't care. Like you're being pedantic.
What is that going to help Stephanie with? Like if I say W Stephanie, how is that going to benefit her at all? It's not. That's just a waste of time.
You can either say W Stephanie or I'm just gonna kick you. I don't care. Like seriously, at this point.
All right, I'll Stephanie. Okay. Let's go.
Okay. Don't worry about it. Hey Vicky, you like magic?
If I'm on, do it.
Fuck out of here. W's in the chat for Stephanie, who sent $150 donation saying, can we skip the kick fund for Icky? Stephanie, for you, absolutely. W's in the chat for Stephanie, guys. W's in the chat for Stephanie. W's in the chat for Jocelyn for the $1 donation, saying she sucks at rage bait. She sounds like a 12-year-old boy discovered the internet for the first time. It is weird. Like they think that they're the main characters. I don't understand what the fuck is happening here. W's in chat for Lily for the $2 donation, saying, did you hear that Trump is building a $1.9 million golf course on active Vietnamese cemetery? The Vietnamese and THT was terrible news. That doesn't surprise me. I haven't heard that, but it doesn't surprise me. Donald Trump is building like literally golf courses all around the globe. And he's just exploiting the fact that he has that access to power. It's fucking crazy. W's in chat for all the donos, guys. If anyone else likes to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links and link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Let's see here. We got someone over on YouTube. Logan, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
Hey, yeah. Can you hear me good?
Yes. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
I'm like a Trump supporter, I guess, in the sense where I have 1 HP left of my views, and I feel like you could set me straight, if that makes sense.
I'm so confused.
Basically, my support has dwindled to near nothing.
I mean, I understand that, but what's the one thing that's still holding you to supporting Trump?
Yeah, so basically, like, he's tyrannical in my opinion, and I almost feel like that's a fact. But all of the gun laws that get passed are blue, and so I'm inclined to preserve the citizens and the working classes' gun rights. Paradoxically, I'm inclined to vote red. You know what I mean? As dumb as it sounds to say, where's my error in that reasoning? You know what I mean?
The last president to violate the Second Amendment with the bump stock ban. He also, while being president, told Mike Pence that we need to take people guns away without due process. Mike Pence told him you can't do that. He said, well, these people are quote unquote crazy and we should just take the guns first and due process later. Donald Trump has, even when returning to office, advocated for taking the Second Amendment right away from transgender people, where the far right NRA had to step in and say, no, you cannot do that. He has advocated for massive negative impacts to the Second Amendment. He's literally the person that has violated. He even when Alex Preddy was shot and killed in Minnesota, he said that Alex Preddy was a domestic terrorist because he was a legal gun owner who had a gun at a protest. So he is actually advocating directly against the Second Amendment right. And the Republican Party goes as Trump goes. You can take a look at the last round of primaries. Any of the Republican members that stood up against Trump and said no to him, all were primaried, all lost, including Thomas Massie. So if you're worried about the Second Amendment right, Donald Trump has literally shown a propensity to not only violate, but actively trying to take away the Second Amendment right. And the Republican Party has, thank you for the hearts, has now fallen completely in line and will follow whatever he says.
Right, bro. I do agree with you. So then, but the thing that gets me is all the magazine, the ammo capacity bans. I have a whole list, but I just don't have it up. But they're all passed by blue. And so that's the only problem I got, I guess.
State passing or federal passing?
Good question. I believe state.
Exactly. Do you believe in states' rights?
Not when it infringes on human rights. So I dislike that abortion.
The federal protection of abortion should be a thing then.
No, fuck no. Or I mean, my bad. Yeah, I think abortion for women and girls should be protected federally, 100%.
Okay.
But I guess I don't based on the track record from magazine bans and stuff. That's
Can
what
you give me
I guess.
one Democratic leader on a federal level that has successfully advocated or passed a piece of gun reform legislation? Still there? Oh, he left. He left. He left. Nick, Nickelodeon. Hi, Jay. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something in the background? Hi, Jay. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background? Okay. Okay. Nick, Nickelodeon. Hi, Larry. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
Yeah, I am a Trump supporter. I had a question though for you. Earlier, the gentleman you were just speaking to, again, I didn't want to tangle up on this, but I think we have to because you made an error. You guys were talking about the Second Amendment, and then you asked him if he believes in state rights. Do I have that accurate? Mm-hmm. Do you understand what the issue with that is?
Yep.
Okay. Do you want to, I guess, tell me what the issue with that is?
Nope.
All right. So you understand, I guess, this is the argument I would make, and I think this is the mistake you made. Amendments don't change based off of states. Only the Second Amendment does, right? So like your First Amendment, it doesn't change from California to Nevada, but the Second Amendment does. You want to provide context for why that is?
How this is a mistake that I made when I talked about the actual fact that the legislation that he said that had been passed as far as capacity were all done at the state level.
Yeah, because individual states don't have the right to restrict amendments. That's just basic constitutional
I'm not
law.
talking about whether they do or do not have the right to restrict amendments. I'm saying that the complaints that he has came from the state levels. The examples that he had came from state levels, not the federal levels. The issue that I was talking about was any type of federal level infringement.
Well, what would it matter if it's a state level or a federal level infringement? Wouldn't infringement be infringement?
The reason why it matters is the examples that he gave me of legislation being passed were all on a state level, not a federal level.
Well, I mean, again, it would still be infringing on your Second Amendment rights if you've got local Democrats at a state level passing high capacity mag bans and things like that.
The overarching
Do you agree with that?
that we were talking about was, why do you still support Donald Trump today? Is Donald Trump a representation of the state level or the federal level?
Sure, he's the federal level, but
okay, so we're talking about the federal level, and with his bolstering of his support from the federal level, he gave me items from the state level. You see the issue with that?
well, you would agree with me. Maybe we can just get agreement so we can move off this topic that it's both bad to restrict amendments at the state level and the federal level. Can we get agreement
fuck
there?
The Second Amendment right. I don't give a shit about the Second Amendment right. Like,
Okay.
seriously, I don't give a fuck about that. I don't. Like, yes, ban the guns. Fuck the guns. I don't care. I don't need, like, no, fuck that. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. Fuck it.
Okay, so maybe we can dive into this a little bit. Do you think that rights actually exist?
Bro, can you tell me what you came up here to actually debate?
Well, I came up to debate. So I'm more of a Christian nationalist. So I voted for Trump mostly because I want to see Christian ethics pushed onto the world. Not because necessarily I'm a Trumper, and I want to see basically prove the Bible.
Yes.
Well, that's going to be a long discussion.
Yeah, let's do it. Why do you actually believe that we should follow the word of God, Christian nationalism, the idea of Christianity, when the actual text of Christianity is fraught with contradictions and has been translated in a multitude and even changed in a multitude of instances? How are we supposed to follow a religious text that is filled with holes?
Sure. Well, the first argument that I would make is that from a secular worldview, you don't actually have a standard for right or wrong.
How are we supposed to follow a religious text that is filled with contradictions and holes?
Well, again, from a secular worldview, there's nothing wrong with that because there is no standard for right or wrong. So from your worldview,
how
for you to
are
say
we
something,
supposed to follow a religious text that is filled with contradictions and holes?
I don't think it's filled with contradictions or holes.
Okay, it literally is. The Bible contradicts itself.
That's not an argument. That's not an argument. It's an assertion. I don't believe it is.
The Bible literally contradicts itself.
Okay, I don't believe it is. That's a contradiction. Do you want to get into biblical talk, or can we stay on the politics here? So again, I don't think that from your worldview, right? So this is part of the problem I have with leftists like you.
I don't
right?
care. I don't give a shit. I don't. Fuck your belief that we should be ruled by Christianity. Christians can't even run their churches. That's why they have to overwhelmingly have insurance, because they touch kids. I don't care about you thinking that our government should be ran by Christians when Christians have an issue with touching kids. Fuck off. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background? George, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background? Drop you down. Dibs in chat from Reed for the $1 donation saying Trump administration is spending $5 million to coat horse gold statues in gold. Coat horse statues in gold from Notice by Amanda Palmer. It's more nuanced than that and make it sound regardless. 5 million no bid contracts, fucking gold horses in time for the most depressing 250th party. Yeah, it is. Donald Trump's going to be performing now. That shit's wild. W's in chat for Phoenix Eyes for the $5 super chat to say, Icky Vicky, I'm going to say that crap in public now. Do my research. W's in the chat for Phoenix Eyes for that $5 super chat. Holy fuck. Guys, if anyone else likes support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links, and links are in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat, and I will read that out. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything in the background? Strawberry, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything in the background? Okay. Hey guys, 1.2 thousand people hanging out here. Look up at the top. If you see the word follow, that means you're not following me. Hit that follow button. Hit that follow button, turn on notifications. We're at 95 new followers. We're only 5 followers away for 100 followers for the stream. I know for a fact that we can get to that. So please, please, please hit that follow button, turn on notifications so you guys know when we go live. We go live all the time. Now, there we go. We're up to 97. Hit that follow button, guys. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
No, but I just wanted to say that I love what you're doing, and I just want to say thank you.
I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Please, 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 only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Please, 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 only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background? Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background? Mm-hmm. 45, 47. Mm-hmm. Hi, Navy vet. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
Yes, I disagree with everything on your background.
Are you the person that I've spoken with multiple times?
Yes, yes.
Okay. No, thank you. You can fuck off. You're literally a waste of space and like I absolutely not. No, thank you. He got excited, guys. Hi,
Hello.
are you a Trump supporter? Disagree with something on the background?
Yeah, I do. I came up earlier before the easy guy and you asked me for a source for the topic on Roger Griffin and fascism.
Oh,
You remember?
yeah, the fascism debate. Sure.
Mhm.
What's the source?
Yeah. Like I can let me pull it up real quick. So it's in chapter 2. In New of his book, The Nature of Fascism. In New
Hold on 1 second.
Okay.
Hold on 1 second. Hey guys, look at this shit. I'm gonna mute you. Oh, dog, look at this shit. This is the Huff Post. MAGA Republican roasted for giving the DUMBEST response to this Trump debate. Left-wing turned MAGA commentator Dave Rupin fumbled when a liberal debater asked him for one main metric that President Trump has made better off since return to office. Rubin in recent surrounded debate hosted by Jubilee that pitted him against 20 quote-unquote far-left Democrats struggled to go to bat for the president after deliberately solely identifying as Parker asked for a metric along the lines of gross domestic product, unemployment, or inflation. Well, right now, first off, the big beautiful bill was just passed last year and it's kicking in right now. It's kicking in now. Reuben, whose predictions on the Iran war were roundly mocked on social media last week. So we are going to see not now results of that, like, or even the tariffs. So let's do tariffs. Are you for or against tariffs? Debater told Rupert that he was against Trump's universal tariffs before returning to the question. So what's one main mention of it? It made better. He asked, what? Rupert responded, what's the one main mention of it? The one main metric that was made better off, GDP, unemployment, inflation. Do you have any idea? Parker continued. Listen, replied Rupert, who sparked a wave of laughs from the circle of Democrats around him. I don't think you do. I don't think you do. Parker hit back. Rupert proceeded to suggest to debaters he was arguing the economy was better when Joe Biden was president, a point that Parker said he absolutely agreed with. We're seeing those economic indicators become off worse, Parker said, who cited several points of pushing back on the argument before the question. Parker continued, can you tell me anything that he's done to make it better off? You say it's broken by Democrats. You sound like it's broken under Trump now. The clip exchange later granted traction on social media in a crisis such as money assigned. Ben Shapiro clouded Rupert over his Bears of Debate performance and called Shapiro, with Shapiro calling MAGA commentators a complete imbecile. Left-wing Twitch Hassan also questioned why Rupert would even choose, like, that's what I fucking said. Why would he do it? When I tell you, I was like, why would he debate us? Why would he debate us? He got fucking cooked. Fucking cooked. Look, watch. Okay, so this is Parker, but watch me. Watch me. Guys, when I tell you that the funniest shit, right? While we were filming, so Parker and I were originally sitting beside each other, and they ended up moving Parker, and so they put us like across from each other, but we could still see each other while we were seated. So I went up before Parker, and as I'm debating, I could see Parker, and he's just sitting there laughing his ass off, like laughing his ass off. And then when Parker went up, he could see me, and I'm sitting there laughing and hyping him up. And I wish they would have added that in. It was the funniest shit ever. Like it was hilarious. It was so bad. It was so bad. Holy shit, it was so bad. Hassan said, why would Dave Rubin even choose to do this? He would have lost the debate to an empty chair. Truly, the DUMBEST, the right has to offer. That's crazy. That's crazy. Manny Hassan talked about this. Holy shit. Manny Hassan said, I've watched a lot of Jubilees, and I've never seen anyone get their ass handed to them so badly. Just embarrassing. When I tell you, if you guys have not watched it, fucking watch it. He got, I promise you, I think you guys may think that I'm just exaggerating when I say I felt bad for him. I literally felt bad for him while we were filming. I felt bad for him while we were filming. As a matter of fact, I want to play this because I just posted this morning, just in case you guys haven't seen it. Let's go to the one that I posted.
Okay.
Okay, let's see here.
Okay.
So if there wasn't a crisis under Obama and there was a crisis under Biden, what happened in between those two administrations? Was there something that happened?
Wait, are you blaming Donald Trump for Joe Biden's border?
No, what I'm blaming Donald Trump for is when he's actually campaigning for president and he's going around and to any news organization that will let him speak and telling everyone that the border's open. They're wide open. Come on in, come on in. And he actually created something that wasn't there. So wait,
you're blaming people coming to this country illegally. You're blaming Donald Trump, who really only appeared because of borders, right? Build a wall.
There wasn't a border issue.
That's what
there wasn't a border issue when he said that, right? But then when there was instability,
we've always had a completely porous border.
We had a negative deportation rate under Obama. He created the actual desire for people to come here because he told the lie that the borders was open.
Wait a minute, but why?
So
but if America's a
here,
racist, evil, capitalist country, why would these people want to come here?
Because it's still better than the countries that they're in. Because the United States of America
is pretty good,
destabilizing other countries. CIA, our CIA keeps destabilizing other countries and overthrowing other countries.
So who did
we're
Barack,
doing that right now?
So who did Barack Obama destabilize that then Donald Trump allowed into the country?
The point being is our country has a history of destabilization. That doesn't matter if it's left or right.
So who did Barack? Well, I'm just playing your game here. So I'm just playing your game, man.
Created the need for people to come here, and there was no crisis, then Donald Trump not only created it, but he didn't handle it.
I'm sorry, man. Nothing you're saying is making sense here.
We got
pause there. You've been voted out.
What country did Barack Obama destabilize that caused people to come here under Donald Trump?
I guess you'll never know.
Okay, you've been voted out.
That was fine. That was fine. You know, he tried to quote RFK Jr. to me. He literally tried to quote RFK Jr. I'm gonna play this. I'm gonna play this this one. I haven't posted it yet, but I'm gonna play it anyway because I thought this was fun. Hold on.
My next round.
I haven't posted this one yet, but it's fun, so I'm gonna play it.
My next surrounded claim is if you still vote for Democrats in 2026, you're voting for broken cities, broken schools, and broken borders.
If you would like to debate this claim, get to the chair in 3, 2, 1.
Hey, how are you, Santana?
So, can you explain a little bit about what you mean broken cities, broken schools, broken borders?
Sure. Well, broken cities, you can boil it down to crime and drug use. And I can tell you, having been here in Los Angeles for the last 36 hours, I've seen more homeless people, more drug use, more urban decay than I've seen in the last 5 years combined living in Florida.
Florida?
Yeah. In terms of schools, it's basically brainwashing kids and teaching them what to think instead of teaching them how to think. And then what was the third one in terms of, borders is the easiest one. I mean, under the Biden administration, we let in somewhere, we don't even know what the actual number is, but somewhere between 16 to 20 million illegals. If Donald Trump did quite literally.
I just want to stop here for a second and say he got fact checked before I even started. He got fact checked before I even started. I've never seen someone get fact checked so many times. Anyway, let's keep going.
Literally nothing else in his presidency, just getting control of the border, I would say would be good enough because you don't have a country if you don't know who is in it.
Okay, all three of your claims are wrong. Pick which one you want to be proved wrong on.
Let's do borders.
Perfect.
Okay.
Donald Trump is absolutely the worst president on the border. First and foremost, you can talk about the Langford bill, which was a piece of legislation which would have strengthened our borders, but Donald Trump had that legislation shot down. He
wait. So were the borders open under Obama?
No.
Or under Biden? Let's try that. The borders were not open.
What piece of legislation
we did not
that he passed to open the borders?
No, it's not about piece of legislation. It's about quite
so
literally
how do you open the borders without legislation.
You just let people through, which is exactly what we're doing.
There was no one standing at the borders. Everybody just come right in.
In many cases, yes, actually. In many cases, they were quite literally moving barbed wire fence.
Where did you get this information?
There are videos of it. Have you ever seen the video of Bobby?
Did you fact check the videos? Oh, dang it. I thought it was going to play the part. Okay, hold on. I'm going to play the other one because specifically I thought it was going to play the part that I really wanted you guys to see. Hold on. Sorry.
Okay.
So if there wasn't a crisis under Obama, everybody just come. Excuse me. Sorry, guys. Okay. Everybody just come right in.
In many cases, yes, actually. In many cases, they were quite literally moving barbed wire fence.
Where did you get this information?
There are videos of it. Have you ever seen the video of Bobby?
Did you fact check the videos?
Have you ever seen the video of Bobby Kennedy when he was running as a Democrat, standing at the border? He was still a Democrat.
Wait, you're talking about the same one that sniffed coke off a toilet seat and admitted it recently.
No.
The same one that actually took a dead bear and dropped it in Central Park. The same one that actually chopped the head off a whale. You're citing RFK Jr.?
Yes, I am citing RFK Jr.
No, I don't hear that.
Who's running HHS right now.
Which he shouldn't be, but that's fine.
Yeah.
Listen, when you talk about...
how many people do you think came in under Biden? Let's see if we're even operating on the same plane.
The acceptable number is about 10 million.
Okay, so all right, fair enough. So I'll grant you that. They say it could be anywhere. I've heard 16 to 20 million, but let's say it's 10. Do you think that's good or fair or just or how a country can operate?
I think that when you create instability throughout the world and then you also tell people that your country's open, then you create an actual quote unquote border crisis. Think about this really quick.
What instability was Joe Biden causing?
What was Barack Obama's nickname?
Barry?
Deporter in chief. Barack Obama had a negative immigration rate.
I had a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun, guys. That was a lot of fun. I don't understand why he agreed to do that. I felt bad for him. Deb's in chat for Mike for the 2. Say, gotta be honest, that Jubilee felt like a lead. Listen, it had to be, it felt like a setup. It felt like a setup. If that's not gonna hold you, it felt like a setup. Not gonna hold. The funniest thing is, usually when people do like the Jubilees, and you know what, before I say this, let me double check. Let me make sure that he hasn't actually posted anything, because as of, let's see here. Of course. Okay, so he posted one debate. He posted one debate. Okay, let me show you. Let me show you what he posted. Hold on. Where is it? Where'd it go? Hold on. Let's just do this then.
Well, do you not want people to own private?
Okay, so that's the only thing he's posted. What I will say about that, and I'll give up the game. What I will say about that, that's the only one. The reason why that's the only one that he posted is because that's the only one that he got a little bit of a reprieve on. And what do I mean by that? Let me find, hold on one second. I want to find the questions. Second here. Where's the questions? Or the claims? Where the fuck are the claims? Oh, fuck it. Anyway, his claims. So what happened was we were going through, and like I said, at the point of hitting the first 2 questions, I was feeling bad for him. And then the claims. He took a break, he came back. And then it was time for the third claim, which the third claim, as you can see, that's the one that he posted, right? The one that he posted was the third claim. I gotta find these questions because holy shit. Where are the questions? I mean, the claims. Damn it. Hold on. I'm going to find the claims. Where is it? Ah, fuck it. Anyway, it was the only one that he got a bit of a reprieve on. And what happened was when she came up to debate that claim, I was upset because that was the first time that he was let off the hook. Like it was the first time that he had a little bit of room to breathe because like she didn't debate the claim at all. Like not even a little bit. And it got to the point where they just stopped. And it was like, okay, listen, we made a decision. We're going to reset the clock. You can go back to your seat. We're just going to, let someone else do it. Right. And so what happened was everybody was like, no, let her try again. Give her just another minute. Da, 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 da. And then it was like, okay, it's fine. We'll let you go a little bit longer and see how it goes. And so what happened? Oh, the claim was the position, the progressive position is pushing more moderates to the right. That was the claim. And so she was debating on like the Epstein files. Like it was completely separate, right? And so from then that point, like they told her like, okay, we'll give you one more chance. And then they kept it going, da, 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 and they just went from there. That was the only time he had a little bit of a reprieve. And even like at the end, right? He was like, when he picked who he was going to debate, because he gets to pick who he's going to do like the 10-minute debate with. And he was like, oh, I saw a lot of hate in a lot of people's eyes and a lot of anger. And I'm going to, there was only 2 people I didn't see any hate from. And so that's why I'm going to make a decision between these 2 people or whatever. Right. When the North erased the Dixiecrats, it's called Republic. What the fuck is the guy's talking about? But anyway, so he didn't pick. He was like, oh, you guys have hate. That's why I'm not picking you. So after it was over, and people were talking to him, I walked over to him, looked him in his eye, shook his hand, leaned over and said, don't worry, I wouldn't have picked to debate me either. Turned around and walked off. It's just the truth. It's literally just the truth. I don't blame him. I don't blame him. Let me tell you, he wanted to debate identity politics so bad the entire time. He was fighting to debate identity politics the entire time. Anyway, guys, I think that's enough. I think we're gonna get out of here. W's in the chat as well for Aaron for the $2 donation. That part annoyed me. They were just defining socialism, not communism. Yeah, like the reason why it was like clunky is because they had to do a restart, and so it seemed like she was like trying to search for a way to actually have that. I will say, oh, how about this? How about I spill a little bit of tea? How about I get just a little messy for a half a second? How about that? Chat, is it okay if I get just a little bit messy for just a half a second? Yeah. So, I told you guys about me running into Z, right? Z, Unfuck America, microaggression, all the other shit, right? She was in the Jubilee episode. And she even debated David Rubin. But her part didn't make the cut. Regardless, that's not the point. That's not the point. That interaction is when I saw her. Funny thing is, so Parker and I were standing talking, and David walked up, and I'm like, oh, what's up, David? And then behind David was Z, and Parker and I looked at each other like, what the fuck? And we were like, no, we're just gonna ignore. And so I shot a text off to a couple of people. It's like, you won't fucking believe who's here. But David, so me, Parker, and David were talking, and Z was kind of like off to the side, but standing close enough, and like we weren't saying anything to her. So we went inside, and we were sitting down. And so I was here, Parker was here, David was there, right? And like I was sitting talking to Parker or whatever, and Z came up and she was like, oh, Santana, I'm gonna microaggress you. And me and Parker just looked at each other like, the fuck? Weird as shit. Weird as shit. Weird as shit. Anyway, we're going to get out of here, guys. Thought I would just leave you with that one. We're going to get out of here. We're going to call it exile.
You stepped in a box. Now you're in the ring. Ain't no hugs here. You better take your best swing. Mike Hot, who wanna step in the flame? This ain't a debate, this a mind game. Facts type lies, get left in chain. One wrong word, get slapped out your name. This ain't TikTok T, this a war zone talk. No script, no filter, no safe walk. Bring stats who get scrambled like a glitch. I got fire in my mouth like I came from the pit. Yeah.
Hey, that was in the chat for the chat. That was in the chat for the chat. Guys, I love you. I love you. I love you. I love you. It's pretty decent live. I'm not gonna hold you. Pretty decent live. I am more likely to be back later this evening, and we'll get into some more stuff. But anyway, guys, take care of yourself. Take care of your son. Have a wonderful day. I love you more, Wade. Have a wonderful day, guys. You guys are absolutely awesome. Thank you so much for hanging out with me this morning. It was a lot of fun. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you for all the gifts, the taps, the likes, the shares. Thank you all for hanging out. Thank you all for being absolutely amazing. I love you all, and as always, peace.